Heyo. Ah. Okay. What's up, Onsen and Saints? How you guys doing? Yeah. Oh God. Whew. That's a lot of. That's a lot of coffee. Yeah. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Uh, Welcome to the super early stream. Why? Because it's weekend and I know my internet probably gonna fucking drop later, so I might as well stream early like a motherfucker. Even though half of the people usually watch probably still asleep or fucking do whatever the fuck. But it's okay. I'm probably still gonna stream until later, the usual time anyway. All right. But I feel like I want to do something a little bit different right now. How about let's do a study art, an art study session. Hmm. Bap bum bo bap bum bo bap. Me. Keep on body rock. Since not a lot of people anyway in the chat. Might as well. Do it. One's from yesterday. I still can do it. Let's put that as a reference for today because I really like this one. Seen games? Oh yeah. It looks so scuffed, man. I mean, it's not bad, not gonna lie. But it looks so scuffed. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. What's the name of this mod, anyway? It's so fucking. I don't know. Is it a good mod though? Does it work well? Anime race. Interesting name. Interesting. Then again, I'm not even surprised because considering it's Fallout, people gonna mod the shit out of it with the everything that they can mod it with. They're gonna go ham. No, it broke everything. I was making Reb, I can't customize her hair anymore. I see. Unfortunate. Damn, I still cannot draw without a helping line sometime. But hey, what's a Fallout mod without some broken parts, am I right? Am I right or am I right? Konya. Red, do you know the bite of 87? No, I do not. What is that fire? It sounds familiar though, but I can tell what it is. Refresh my memory, good sir. Holy eye, holy eye. Whoa, 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 that's a lot of fucking lore. The year was 1982, two businessmen, Henry, blah, 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 and in Metro... is this Five Nights at Freddy lore thingy? Interesting. Is that real? Monka Giga? Mongas. And you know what's up, what's up, what's up? Shut up, down, down. Willem decided to get the bodies into the suit after this afternoon. Kids dies, aka even the bite victim. Among guys. Is that even real? Oh shit. Honestly, sometimes I can't even tell which one is real or not at this point, considering how many fucking crazy stories out there. As the lore. Interesting. Honestly, if you never told me if it's real or not, or if I never know about Five Nights at Freddy's, it sounds pretty real. Not gonna lie. At least half of it sounds pretty real. Swag Gang 101, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Much love. Welcome. How you doing? City yesterday. We got 6 games to go. Jesus. Never know the lore is that deep. Weed. Wait, say weed? The fuck? The ice looks a little bit different. Shit! Why can't I just draw something symmetrical for once? Or at least looks symmetrical. I swear to fucking god. Man! I could be better? What do you mean? Mr. Swaggerino? Where have you been? Na 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 na. I'm a shapeshifter while the masquerade. Aww. Dude, Raya is so fucking adorable. I should practice this kind of thing more. It's kinda good to do quicker sketches. Oh, it could be. Oh, I have a fever. Ah, unlucky man. Hope you get well soon, dude. Drink a lot of water. All right. Rest well. Lots of rest. All that kind of stuff. All that kind of good stuff. You know, dude. You know, dude. You know the thing. Hmm. I'll try it. Hell yeah, dude. You got this, man. You got this. Believes in me who believes in you. That's right. That's right. Or something like that. You know what I mean. By the way, right now I'm just kind of chilling, doing faces, cause why not? Feel like I've been lacking when it comes to variety of faces, so might as well, you know. Wait, I need a reference. I forgot how Leo looks like. Oh God. Okay. They look real good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Mm, how do I draw his hair? It's actually hard. Oops. Hmm. Okay, I never do this kind of hairstyle that often. It's kind of confusing. Oh my god. Mm. Okay. Hold up. Oh my god. Straight line. There we go. Jesus. God, drawing symmetrics so fucking hard. Question, how long have you been doing this for? Drawing in general? Quite a while, actually. Only just recently that I've been kind of pick it up and do it every day. I've been drawing this kind of stuff for as long as I can remember. Probably almost a decade by now. But it never got serious until a couple years. So yeah. Okay. Could do better with the hair. I love doing art? Hell yeah, dude. That's why we're dude-ish. Emira. No. Something's not right. Hold up. Do 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 do. I think this side bang. Does it have to cover the whole thing, maybe? I really rarely draw Leo, huh? Need to appreciate him more. Okay. I think for the side bang should go like this instead. But okay. Having characters that have cat ears is so fucking hard because you have to constantly cover the ears. I mean, I couldn't just nod, but I oh, wrong layer. So forced. It's so forced. It feels so fucking forced. Oh fuck. Okay, I never thought of this. Um. Oh damn. I fucked up. Dun, 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 dun. Just doesn't look like it. Just doesn't look right. If I give him a bang here. It worked. It worked. Fuck it, dude. It worked. It worked out. Yeah, it worked out. Kinda. Should probably redesign the hair a little bit more. Not sure though. Hmm. Oh, I forgot. Hold up. Hmm. Hmm. Damn, I make Leo a little bit too cute. Whatever. It's not supposed to be, but okay. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I guess we can make him. They can be cute sometime. Should I make him like a longer backside? Nah. It's too basic though. Yeah, whatever. Do 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 do. Who else should we draw? Oh, the other two. Hmm. Can use this. Going to do. Mm. Let's do the smuggery smug. The Omega smug from our cat girl. I actually really like this song. Hold up, let me save it. There you go. Omega smug. Do 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 do. What's up, Lynn? How you doing? Good, nice. Good to hear, good to hear. To be, just have to be the star. Oh, oh, oh. Have to be, just have to. Nah, you're my one, only hope. And the emotes from suggestions? Oh shit. I gotta check. Oh! Oh my god! Incoming! Dong slide, we got a fucking raid from a Dave Madudu. Oh shit, brother. Oh shit. Welcome, welcome, Dong slide. How you guys doing? What up, what up? Once again, you have raided during the time where I actually draw some smuggity smug. Good day, Dave. How you doing? What's up? Welcome to the very smuggity smug face stream. How's your stream, by the way? Goog, what are you doing? Osu? Osu farm? By the way, right now, since I stream a couple hours earlier than usual, I'm just studying some faces, doing some random faces. Trying to get a little bit more dynamic, as you can see. Yep, Osu. Do you have more PP now? More PP. I think the neck's a little bit too long. Hold up. Oops. More PP. Hihihi, more PP. PL at 112. We're scared shitless. Man, the stream just started and my coffee's almost empty. No. How can this be? I need more coffee. Why is coffee not infinite amount, chat? Why? Why? Right, if you're bad with armor, are you also bad with robots? Yes. Anything that's have like precision, like very straight lines, all that kind of stuff, like symmetrical, all that stuff, like I'm really bad with it. But it's also my fault because I never really practice those things at the same time, so it kind of like, you know, it's my own shit. But at the same time, I don't really enjoy drawing those. So, you know, it's kind of, you know. Like, they're pretty cool, but I'm not really a fan of drawing those kind of stuff. Anyway, so I'm gook. You know what I mean?
Roxanne from Fnafangi and holding a Batratiasmal.
No! Why? Oh my god. Immediately, huh? God damn it, man. I don't like this version. Oh, this is the original. Oh. I like the remix better. It's not a sketch redeem yet. I mean, I'm probably gonna do it after this. How about that? We got some in the list anyway, so might as well. Might as well. Tell me what it rains. I can feel it. Mm-hmm. Doom, doom, doom. It's summer night. What time? Wait, do I have to redeem? You haven't done that? No, you just did. You just it's a TTS. I just got debated. I didn't even realize it's a fucking TTS, not a request. Fuck. What the fuck? I didn't even realize that. That's weird. Feels dang man. I gotta lie to you. Turn my life. I think I'm gonna incorporate this hairstyle more on Vam. Vampy. Also, I think I've been thinking about the name for the vampire girl, and for some reason I landed on Rain because of my. I used to use that before, and I feel like it's kind of cool, and it's kind of just emo enough that fits the character a little bit. Blood Rain Femboy. It's not Femboy. You see this Rax? Come on. She's stack as fuck, man. Fat. Saints. What you've been Googling lately, hmm? Saints. Your fucking autocorrect have been exposing you. Shit. Oh boy. That's right, motherfucker. Oops. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Hold up, I gotta trade place for this too. It kind of fits the thingy thing. She takes up so much space. God damn. There we go. Buh. What's up, Gara? How you doing? No, I don't know about that, dude. But I'll try, I guess. But I'm not sure. I swear. That face, no, 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 wait. Getting ready for a raid, part 10, one more month, and we got Elden Ring. Hell yeah, dude! Oh my god, man. I cannot wait, honestly. Oh, so close yet so far, dude. Let's go. Super fucking excited. Mm. It sounds so much like Deuce song. It's not though. It's Siamese. Siamese. I don't know how to pronounce that. Gotta know live it might go for 100%. You want to co-op? Hell yeah, dude. I'm down. Fuck yeah. Can you feel the sirens? Can you feel the sun? Can you feel my heart? Uh, G-Main met RSIC Extraction review. Apparently it's good. Oh, really? G-Man likes it? Interesting. Huh. Gara, have you tried it? Have you tried the game? I see you played last night, but I only saw it for a little bit. Wait, no, I need to make it less obvious. I don't know. Not sure. Oh, wrong layer again. Dude, Rhea's so adorable. What the fuck? I was managed to draw her in a cute way. God damn. So good. Can't count this feeling to know how it's in. I've downloaded already, but friends are assholes and choose Warzone instead. Damn, you have a friend that play Warzone? I thought you don't. Considering what games that you play. Interesting. Can you feel the sun? Alright. Damn! I have 4 OC now. I should draw them more, dude. I should draw them more. Okay, okay. Hello, what's up, Lucas? And Kin. Yo, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? How you doing? The dynamic between these two. Gotta make it a little bit more spicy sometime. My Rhea is better. She may be a little scuffed, but she got nukes. Of course. Of course. Yep. Sorry. Been roaming the Ether. The Ether? I've been good, just been packing to move back to my parents. Ah, wait, what's Ether? Ether. Ether? Hmm. I almost forgot. Either. No, Ethernet. never, never, never heard anyone say it like that. Been roaming the ether. For a second, I thought you were talking about Netherrealm. Minecraft. Okay. Oh, I forgot. And I know that we could be together. Na 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 na. And I know that we could be together. Na 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 na. I mean, same difference. Same, but different, but same. Exactly, exactly. Hmm. Does it work if I... Yeah, kinda, not really. Because it's a wide emote, the speed one. You can combo it with... I forget what else do we have. I guess this. Bitches! Or people bully. But the wideness is different. Or white people concept. There we go. That fits perfectly. Wow. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. I'm thinking about the character What else should I change before I move on to full body? What do you think's what do you think I can add up more to this character's chat? Hmm. Boodia. Na, 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 na. Fuck, I'm addicted to the song. Seen you there. I've seen you at the spot where the ships don't go. Scars, tattoos, prosthetics, markings, cyberware. Should nothing. True, true. I feel like Leo is a little bit too basic. He's just some muscular demon cat. You know? I feel like I could do something with him that can make him a little bit more unique. mm, I guess some tattoos could be fun since he's a demon. Slum rather than a tattoo, it's like a demon markings. You know what I mean? I think that could be fun. Since silhouette wise is pretty basic. It's just some guy. What you want to do to Lucas. Lucas. I mean, all right, let me see. Oh shit, this is not the layered one. Where's the file? Why is it gone? Oh, it's here. Wait, no, it's not. What the fuck? Why is the files gone? Oh, there it is. I don't know about muscular. Dude, if this is not muscular for you, I don't know what is. Sure, it's not fucking Doom guy muscular, but he's fit as fuck. That's the point. Because he's fucking strong as shit. There's a point of the character. He's well trained. What about something that shows his mouth thingy in demon form? What do you mean by mouth thingy? I mean, I'm a stick bug, but I got bigger arms. Oh, arm-wise? Yeah. Don't worry, that I can change that. This is an old drawing from early to 2021. Right now, I just want to redesign the full body of each characters. Leo, Rhea, Rain, and this girl that I still have no name for. Maybe they close in on his breast. You know, the sound vibe. Okay, what? Lucas! Spray! Wait, okay. Explain. Look at the logo. Uh-huh. You mean the red letters? On the mouth. Um the thing is that the logo is that it's not really a marking. It's basically sound wave style in a sense. Does that make sense? The logo is just stylized of his the that time. Uh-huh, uh-huh. But you want that as a fucking tattoo on the human form. Oh, I know. But I'm not sure how it's gonna looks like. But let's give it a try. Where's his arm? I have no idea. Okay, let's just layer it on top here. Ah, yes, clueless. I should probably clean the line art to make it a little more obvious. Hmm. So it's like a blue sound wave around his arm. Something like that. Right? Yeah, we can implement that. That wouldn't be that hard to draw. Every time I draw this character. Of course it's not gonna look like that, but you get the idea, yeah. Okay, okay. I like that. I like that. It adds to the uniqueness to it. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's draw this girl. I only draw her once and I barely put time on her. So let's try with her. Let's give her some half body or full body. Ah, yes. Mm, let me think. What could be a good pose for her? Well, my Roxy later, later. Or no, I'm still doing the thingy thing. Innocent schoolgirl? No, no, no. It doesn't fit the character. Uh, well, what I'm trying to do with her is that she's a little bit more flirty, as you can see from the face. Um, but not too much. Let me think. Need to get inspired. No joke, you could look up Warframe poses. Warframe poses. Neza. Neza stance. Or, okay. Neza Warframe. Well, goddamn, what the fuck? No, yeah, that's a little bit too much, dude. I'm not that good yet. Let's try something a little bit simple, but let's see. Let me try. Hold up, I gotta open my references. Like, unfortunately, or fortunately for some of you guys, I gotta draw her a little bit more sexier. That's the point of the character. She's like some kind of a... How do I make it like? A model type of girl. That's what I'm going with her. Say something like that. Oh yeah, we're gonna draw a lot of smug on her. Don't worry. But I'm thinking about the pose. Oh, okay. I think I get some inspiration. Oh no. Okay. All right. I got something. Oh damn. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, this song's distracting me. Oh, this is gonna be hard. Oh shit, okay. We got some butter. Dude, why can't you, Bethesda just give us Nexus mods for console? It keeps failing to log in to gigabyte limit and doesn't show my mods past like 60. I don't know, man. I mean, modding in console is kind of hard to implement for a reason. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay, wait. Do, 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 do. Dude, I feel like if console can mod perfectly like PC, that would be a deal breaker for a lot of people. You know what I mean? But it's just hard to implement as in right now. Unfortunately. Hmm. And nudity's banned. No shit. No shit, of course. As a, because it's a restricted or a thingy thing, you know what I mean? So you get a fucking PC if you want more freedom. But of course it comes with a cost. Obviously. Lelelbot, no, he's dead. Oh my god. Pepe hands. You'll be missed. Oh, never mind, he's back. I need your therapy, therapy, therapy. Hmm. Okay, the hair seems kind of wrong. I'm not sure how to do this though. Hmm. Okay, hold up. When I get my Steam Deck, we'll see if I can start porting Fallout Saints Row assets to Xbox. I don't think you can do, because technically Steam Deck is just a portable PC powered by Linux. So I think it's a completely different system, unfortunately. It's like a different platform, even though it's technically a console, but it's a PC powered console. Does that make sense? Hmm. Oh my god, wrong layers again. I'm so fucking dumb. But hey, man, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. You know. Anything can happen. Oh my fucking god! Dude.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to you_Mitsu.
Fucking heart attack, dude. Holy fuck. Anonymous with the gift. It's up to you, Mitsue. Yo, god damn. Oh, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Much love. Thank you, thank you. I don't think Yua's here, but hey, congratulations, Yua, for the gifted sub. Enjoy the gifted sub. I mean, the sub emotes. Sorry if it scares anyone in the chat. Yeah, you gotta get used to it. Especially with Anonymous around. Dude, one of these days, that shit's gonna scare the fuck out of me. I swear to God. Thank you, though. Thank you once again. Appreciate it. Anonymous, oh my god. Where have I heard this song before? Is it a game soundtrack? I swear it is. Oh my god.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Perry AI.
Yo, Anonymous with another gifted sub to Perry. Which also I don't think is in the chat, but thank you so much. Appreciate it once again. Much love, dude. Don't have to, but thank you, raddtrap H. Thank you for 2 gifted subs. Yo, okay.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub
What
to
is going
Mika
on?
Ray.
Yo! What?
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Ashes AI.
Yo, what the? Anonymous with another 2 gifted sub to oh my fucking. Bro!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Onamida.
Okay. Anonymous with 3 more gifted sub to Amika Ray, Ashi, and Aonamida. Yo, with a total of 5 gifted sub. Humble 5 gifted sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. raddtrap H in the chat. Oh! Lucas! Continuing the gift sub from Pseudo. Oh my god. Yo, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Holy shit. What the fuck? Out of nowhere. Thank you, though. Thank you for continuing the gifted sub. Appreciate it. And thank you, Anon, for the 5 gifted sub. And we got some raddtrap H in the chat. So many fucking subs. Holy fuck. For Anon and Lucas. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Love you. Too nice. You guys are too nice.
12th train?
12? No, there's no 12th train. There is no 12th train. There's a scam train, yes, though. Oh my god.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Ariana Magnus.
Anonymous with another gifted sub to Ariana. Ari. That is a total of 6. Super nice gifted sub. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Much love. Much love. What the hell? Out of nowhere. That scared the fuck out of me, though. Thank God the Batman's just once. That shit loud as fuck, dude.
Oh my god, guys!
Yo, what the fuck?
My water disappeared!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Doomsday Maverick.
What is going on? Anonymous with another one to Doomy or Doomsday Maverick. I usually call him Doomy or Doomsy. Yo, oh, thank you, man. Oh my god, too nice. Thank you. Doomy was always a sub though. Okay, dude. Okay, man.
Putang ina!
Oh my
Si
god.
Optimum Pride! Puking inang yan, Optimum Pride!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to underscore.
Alert. Yo, Anon still not done with another gifted sub to Venice. Yo, thank you so much for the support. Thank you. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Si Optimum Prime. Thank you. Oh my god. So much. So many. You're too nice. Thank you. Mwah. What is going on out of nowhere? What the hell, Anon, huh? What is going on, eh? What the hell? Far away to the day is true. From this. Far away to ghost the day on you. Who is it this time, eh? Who is this, eh? We're being so humble. We're being so nice. I appreciate it though. I appreciate it. It's so, oh my god. You're so nice. Thank you. Is it you, chat? Of course it's you. I mean, you know. It's your mom, Lomao. I'm kidding. I'm doing too much your mom jokes. How much is that in total? Anonymous with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total of gifted sub. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I truly do. Thank you. Love you, man. Oh my god.
Putang ina!
Yo!
Si Optimum Pride! Puking inang yan, Optimum Pride!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Disaster Pain.
Putang ina! Si Optimum Pride! Puking inang yan, Optimum Pride!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Dead Demon
Oh my
11.
god, I see what you're doing now. Thank you so much for another 2 gifted sub to Demon and Pain. What the fuck, man? Thank you. That is a total of 10 gifted sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. What the fuck, man? Stop counting it? Dude, I gotta respect it. I gotta appreciate it. This is a lot. Man, for me. You gotta appreciate it, man. Oh my god. Thank you. Chat, can we get some raddtrap H in the chat for Anonymous? For being very, very nice. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Dude, what the fuck? Leo was not in the screen this whole time. I didn't pay attention. My bad. There we go. Thank you, Anon. Much love. Hope you have a nice day. For the next for the whole 2022. Hell yeah. Beep, 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 beep. Bust. Bust a nut. Oh my god. What the hell, man? What a hell, boy. What a hell. Still speechless, dude. Oh, shit. I wonder. Wait. What time is this? 5:40. Oh, shit. Hold on. I forget. Chuduma de chat. Gotta reply work stuff real quick. Don't worry, it's just a small stuff. It's on hold. Okay. All right. With some work stuff. Okay. Now what kind of outfit should I give her? Oh wait, the hair's not done. I just realized. How do you draw long hair? I don't know. Very tight Chinese stealth uniform. Why is it why does that sound so specific? Chains? Hmm. Oh, this song's a jammer. Oh, get me here looking. Let's not add too much detail. Just enough. Mm. Bidoo-bidoo-bim. Bidoo-bidoo-bim. Hmm. Hmm. I feel like this could be a little bit more above, like around there. Hmm. Hold up. Oh my god. Uh. Okay, hold up. I think I can do something. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, I gotta draw the hands very specific way though. If I do this. Mm. Oh, this is hard. Shit. I don't know how to do this one, chat. It's kind of rough. Shit. Okay. I did not think this through. Chat, why is drawing fingers so hard? Ah! Hmm. I think this is a part where I should get some fucking references to draw this better. But I don't think I'm capable of do. I don't think this is very specific. Oh, wait. Ah, oh my god. So close yet so far. Oh, it's so annoying. Why am I so bad at drawing hands, man? Dun, 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 dun. Uh, okay. I got this. I got this. I give up, dude. Oh, this is hard. Okay. I keep staring at my own hand as reference right now. It's just hard. Oh my god. This is rough. I'll just put it like that for now. Until I can figure out how to properly draw the hand. Maybe I should just refer to the previous idea. Let's just go with this for now. Oh, it's already 6. Bow, 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 bow. I should order some food as well. For dinner. Dinner. Eating food. Food time. Any food enjoyer? Food time. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, forget something. God damn, I make this so fucking sensual. Holy shit. Which is the point, I guess. disappointed in the first place. Okay. Can do more a little bit in the hair here. Can do something like this. Try share, yeah. Ha. I think we can chill in this one. I'm still not sure what kind of outfit should I give her. Just back from shower. Welcome back. Welcome back. Boom. What's her story other than being kinky? I mean, I have a couple in mind. But I'm not gonna talk too much because my plan is to my plan with this two character. So she's part of a two protagonist or duo tag, like two main character, which is this two, the bottom. Basically, they're a couple. They're dating. So I'm planning to make like some kind of a daily life of this two kind of thing. And my goal is to learn some action stuff, action slash romance mini series kind of thing. That's my goal with that. With this too. So cannot really talk too much with the story wise because it's still developing, right? ERP. But what I can say is basically the left one, this girl is a vampire, and the right one is just a cat, a demon cat. It's a shape. She is a shapeshifter, but she likes to hang around with the cat form, the half cat form. That's why the hair style ish is semi cat, but not really. That's why I put a earring here. Like you can kind of say she's some kind of a succubus, but not really. In a way, does that make sense? So she got like the you know succubus. the the premise is just this the daily life of this two. in a romance way, comedic romance. But I want to build the two characters in each of their own ways. Like, for example, Rain, the vampire girl on the left. I want to do a lot of action scene with her because she's a strong character and very good with combat, close quarter combat. So I wanna. The reason I created her is to, other than she looks cool, but I also wanna get better at drawing martial art. Is overall combat drawing. That's the purpose of the vampire girl. The cat girl, I just want to draw sexy. I just want to draw something very hot, very sexy. And that's the purpose of the character design. Like, she's very lustful, very attention seeking. Like, that's the purpose. I wanna draw more elegant poses and stuff like that. But to make it fun, I combine these two characters as if they're dating, so I can combine this two, so you can make a character while at the same time learn this drawing techniques at the same time to make the learning a little bit more fun. That's all. So yeah. But backstory wise, I haven't really do much. Not gonna lie. Like the vampire girl have a have some experience with killing things. So I kind of built some kind of a like hitman stuff, but not really. Like, she do some what's the word for it? Like assassin kind of thing. Like, she get paid for killing people and stuff like that. And that's very cliche, but that's where I get so far for now. Because I have to somehow build the reason why she's good at doing combat or close quarter combat stuff. That's the yeah. That's my progress so far with these two characters. Hitman, kinda, but not really. I don't know. I still don't know where am I going with her. She good with close quarter combat, but also gun. Overall, think about John Wick. That's how I wanna make her. In a way, you know what I mean? That's what I just want to draw some really cool combat scene. So yeah. Still no easy E. Not today, man. Not today. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Don't worry. We have a channel for it. Visits. I type in sexy outfit and this. Is that The Sims? What the fuck? She have pencil? What do you mean pencil? Oh, John Wick. Good one. I don't know. I could. Like, one of these days, I'm gonna try to draw something that's referencing John Wick or something like that. Like, very cool looking, fight scene. So yeah, that's the initial reason why I created this too. I want to draw something that outside of my comfort zone, because before this too, I have this too, Leo and Rhea, and I rarely draw Leo. This is the only Leo drawing that I have that's basically kind of finished, and Rhea is just cute. Rhea is just, sure, she's kind of she got a huge booba and all that kind of stuff, but the purpose of the character is just she's cute. You know what I mean? Like I drew her like in this way. See? And I'm always comfortable with drawing cute stuff. Like that's my favorite things to draw. Like look at this smile, man. Oh my god. Just people happy, man. White people happy. What about something like this? Ooh, that's doable. I can see that. I can see that. Rhea, be cute. Yes. Like when I created Rhea, it's basically just I just want to draw something cute. I just want to draw a girl that I can draw, you know, being cute every day. Like that's the reason why I created her long ago. And then Leo, I mean, I at some point I have to learn how to draw a male as well. So why not make a human form of Leo? So I can also learn human male anatomy as well. So yeah. So now we have 4 OC. Do I have a full body Rhea? Kinda. I don't have a full body Rhea that's actually the current timeline. Mm. Leo, Lucas. Where's my Roxy at? Oh my god. I could. Oh my god. Let's take a break first though. Gotta eat. I gotta order some food. It's already dinner time. Hold up, yeah. What should I eat, Chad? What do you guys have for dinner, Chad? Or gonna have for dinner? Oh my god. Hold up. Let's change the vibe of this song real quick. Let me see. What should I eat? Thinking about just some basic fried rice or something. destroying a burger right now. I could get some burger. I could. I can see that. I'll just order beef onsen. I think that's nice right now. Pen? I don't think that's a food. Oh, hydrate. Actually, right. I haven't drank any water. Thank you. What up, Jenny? How you doing? You know, it's a different word. Smug. Huh? What do you mean? Oh my god. The fuck? Hmm. Hold up. Okay. What should we do while we wait for a food chat? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Just tag back. Vidya? We could. How long have I been drawing? Almost 3. You know what? Let me... let me draw something real quick for this one. Dun, 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 dun. hold up. What if I... For the hair, I can do this. Not too much, but... Like a wind blowing to the right instead of here. Ooh, wait a second. It actually sounds sick. Hold up. So kind of something like this. And some of them down here. DM? Hold up. Ooh, it's kind of dope. Kind of like how this looks so far. Let me move her a little bit to the right. Yeah, we could do this. Although I can do better with the way I draw long hair. I feel like my technique of drawing long hair is a little bit lame. It's a little bit too spiky. Dude, can you help me? How do I mirror something in clip? H. Just press H and then you're good. H. I'm not sure if that's the default binding though, but I've been using H for mirror this whole time. Nice. All right, Vidya time. While we're waiting for my food, taking a break as well. I've been drawing for 3 hours straight. Oh my god. Vidya time. What is this?
Hey guys, this video is sponsored by
A
SteelSeries,
fucking review?
so make sure to stick around after the end to find out how you can get a discount on your next order. Imagine if you were someone who went into a coma back in 1998, you wake up now in 2022, your favourite game of all time was Rainbow Six, and after checking out everything else you've missed in the last 24 years, films, music, and Belle Delphine, you find out that Rainbow Six has turned from this into this.
What year is it?
This is the point we're at now, where a series that
That's actually a really interesting thing to point out, because back in the day, Rainbow Six is like a SWAT simulator, essentially. It's just based on a best-selling book by Tom Clancy called Rainbow Six. But yeah, Ubisoft doing things.
that started out so intrinsically complex has now turned into a 3-player co-op game where you have to stop an alien virus by shooting or stabbing everything in sight. It's like going from the Fast and the Furious 1 to whatever they're up to now, watching Vin Diesel getting into a car chase with the cops to seeing him jump a car between skyscrapers. Well, that's where the Rainbow Six series is at with its newest entry, Rainbow Six Extraction, based off the popular Siege event Outbreak, which came out way back in 2018. It's like a weird mix of, obviously Rainbow Six Siege, but then also Left 4 Dead and GTFO, and somehow despite often feeling as wide as an ocean and as deep as a puddle, it still offered up some pretty fun and exciting moments when I was playing it with a few mates.
Wait a minute.
And the irony of playing a game about a virus pandemic the same week that COVID finally caught up on me is not lost here. Right, so Extraction takes place several years after the events in Outbreak, where the nasty Chimera virus has now spread out of New Mexico and found its way to New York, San Francisco, and Alaska, because obviously someone didn't follow the rules and self-isolate. Anyway, Ash is back, and she seems to be spearheading this whole operation to try and find a cure for it.
Let's get to work.
Along with other operators, Mira and Thermite taking a more prominent role during cinematics, and although these are often pretty boring to watch, it just makes me want to see Ubisoft make a full-length movie with these characters.
True.
I mean, a buddy movie with Thermite and Vigil would just make my life complete.
Like I said, cool.
Now, the premise of the game itself is pretty simple, right? There's 4 locations to play through, each having 3 separate areas. You enter an area either solo or with up to 2 other players, and then complete 3 incursions. Now, incursions are submissions, and this might be something like rescuing a COVID-coughing NPC, destroying alien nests, or hunting down elite targets. Then when an incursion is completed, you run to this kind of safe room where there's often ammo and health, and then repeat the same thing 2 more times to complete the mission.
Stellar work. Thanks to your success, we might get additional private funding.
The catch is that with each incursion, the stakes are getting higher and the enemies become more tougher, in theory. A common obstacle is something called sprawl. Now, it's this alien substance left behind by these enemies which seems to slow down your movement speed, and by the 3rd incursion there's going to be more sticky fluids across every surface than there is in your mum's bedroom on a Sunday morning.
What?
You can extract at any time, regardless of whether or not you've actually completed the objective, so it starts to kind of add in an interesting dilemma if you've still got a few objectives left to complete, but then you're all low on health points and ammo and struggling to stay alive. The question becomes, do you cut your losses and run, or give the whole thing a final push to try to maximize those gains at the risk of losing your operators? And these are the moments when I think Extraction is really fun, and barely scraping by to that extraction point as enemies are bearing down on you and you've got your last
this game is not easy.
of ammo is just the absolute pinnacle
Based
of this
on my
experience.
beta experience, this game is not easy.
That is, of course, assuming you're playing with a bunch of mates, because this thing is incredibly boring solo. It's like being the only person riding a roller coaster or watching a bunch of fireworks by yourself. Now, if you've ever played Rainbow Six Siege, well, then this whole thing's gonna feel instantly familiar, because they've more or less just carried across that entire control scheme. That includes running around, crouching, going prone, leaning, and all that kind of stuff. It's all here. You've also got all the same weapons and even some of the same items like flashbangs, impact and smoke grenades, and nitro cells. There's a few new inclusions too though, which have to be unlocked first, like paralysis grenades, which are more or less the same as flashbangs, and even scan grenades, which help to locate enemies through walls. You're limited to taking 1 of each kind here, with a throwable and then some passive equipment, with refills having to be shared with each player in your squad. It's probably not going to be much of an issue if you're playing solo, but I'd imagine that something like that is going to be a nightmare if you're playing solo online, with greedy bitches who are going to grab everything at first sight. And much like Siege as well, I found that droning is just incredibly useful. This starts off with the traditional hold X to scan routine, but you can eventually unlock a drone that auto-scans things in a huge radius. Then at that point, all you pretty much need to do is do a few laps around the map, highlighting everything automatically.
Automatically? I didn't know that.
It wouldn't be much fun droning without anything to show for it, so they've made it so that everything that you scan, even if someone else kills it, well, you get a bit of a point bonus for scanning it first.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's nice. Pretty
Oh
much
my
everything
God.
you do in the game here earns you XP points. You get points for killing things, you get points for tactics, which includes like stealth kills and scanning, and then finally you get points for how much health you end a mission with. Each operator starts out at level 1, but can eventually reach level 10 with permanent upgrades and unlocks along the way. Yeah, it's that whole constantly being rewarded shtick that keeps you coming back and playing. And I feel like every time I say I'm just going to play one more mission, I end up unlocking a new gun or something or a new upgrade, and I get stuck in that vicious cycle all over again.
Yeah.
I mean, even simpler things like faster movement speed or more damage reduction had me wanting to hop back in just to see it in effect. The difference between a level 1 operator and even like a level 5 or 6 one is just humongous. Humongous. I mean, you go from being pretty much useless to having some crucial upgrades, which makes the gameplay way more fun. There's 4 difficulty modes to choose from, and higher difficulties pretty much require high level operators, or else you're gonna get your shit pushed in pretty damn quick. But with high risk comes high reward, because those harder modes offer up more bonuses to your XP gains. Off the back of that too, I think it is worth mentioning that this is actually a pretty surprisingly challenging game. Even on the default difficulty, it really feels like you just get downed in a matter of hits. And although you can be revived, this can only happen once. So if you go down again, well, then you're buying the farm, bitch. Well, I should say you buy the foam farm, because when you die, you get covered in this weird foam-looking stuff, and then you either need to be extracted via chopper by any surviving teammates, or if that fails, by a rescue attempt later on. You start off each mission with enemies unaware to your presence, and there is a basic stealth system here, where enemies are going to start to investigate if you're spotted or if you make too much noise. After that, they'll let out a bit of a howl, and then nearby enemies, and more importantly nearby enemy nests, are going to start spawning in constant reinforcements until you take them out. It honestly does feel like a bit of a nest killing simulator at times, and I lost count the amount of these things that I had to stab throughout the course of the game. So if sticking a knife into a bunch of giant testicles is exactly what you were looking for in a game this year, well, then I've got just the game for you.
Nice.
It is a bit weird though how they didn't include the old bar on the screen filling up to let you know when you get detected, considering I think every single Ubisoft game made in the last decade has done this. But either way, it's easy enough to tell when shit is about to hit the fan, so I guess that's the most important. And really, I think stealth here is the way to go. Crouch walking around and stabbing things before they've seen you, which is also where I got the whole GTFO vibe as well, combined with that insane amount of damage you take when you get hit.
Jesus.
What I really like too is how if someone takes too much damage during a mission, then they become incapacitated and need time off to recuperate, and this right here, man, is some OG Rainbow Six shit.
Yeah.
Harking back, you know, even to the first game, when someone could be injured and couldn't participate in an upcoming
They cannot
mission
play
as
for a
effectively.
couple games.
Now, I like this because it means players have to rotate operators, so they're less likely to just sit on the same one the entire time. Plus, it also makes you more aware of the repercussions for messing up during a mission. I mean, if someone took 95 damage during a mission and then you could just use them right away again, well, then there'd be no point to trying to tactically make your way through levels unscathed. You can circumvent this somewhat though. I mean, everyone starts with 100 health points when they're fully healed, but you can buff this up to a maximum of 200. But I mean, at one point or another, someone's going to need some time off for a bit of R&R. Old mate Vigil's just going to have to take some time off by putting that mask back on the mantelpiece and putting his feet up. Then if someone's outright down, you'll have to go back to that area later on and rescue them, and this is its own mission entirely. And if you happen to bugger this up, then you're even given an XP penalty. Yeah, I know, it's actually a pretty ballsy move here, to like outright punish and penalise the player for screwing up. Especially at a time in gaming when it seems like it's the norm to just hand over every mechanic to the player with a silver spoon. Extraction does actually scale pretty well for 2 players, and even if you want to play solo, but it is a game obviously designed for 3 players without a doubt. One of the main hazards are spores, and if you don't get these things off too quickly, they're going to explode and cover the screen in, well, yeah, you can see. The main way to get these things off is to have someone melee
Fucking
away,
fart
and
jokes.
it's obviously kind of hard to hit yourself if you're playing solo. I do want to say too that I think this is also a pretty good looking game. You've got some nice lighting effects and some eerie looking environments.
I mean, it's
here. There's
Ubisoft.
also so many physics effects with the props in this game. Props you don't even have any reason to interact with, but if you want, you can shoot them into individual pieces. And I do think we don't give enough praise to simple physics like this when we really should. Though I do have to say, I didn't know biohazard suits popped like balloons when you hit them. Even just how simply and effortlessly this game pulls off shooting through destructible walls. It all looks amazing and fluid. The soundtrack too is really good. It's like a mix of 80s synth, sounding like something out of a John Carpenter film, before then also kind of tapping into these cliche horror movie motifs, as if you're listening to the backing track for a carnival haunted house. Now, all up, there's 18 operators in the game, which is a fair ways off the current roster in Siege, and still an even more fair ways off the 100 they're planning to add to that game. Thankfully, the recent Overwatch-like hero operators from Siege have been left out of this, and they brought the ones along here who have the somewhat more realistic abilities. You're not going to be running around as Hologram Lady or bursting through walls like the Kool-Aid Man, let's just put it that way. Plus, there's also the absence of long-range operators like Glaz and Carly, which is a good thing, because I think people who hang back and try to score kills over engaging in actual team play are the bane of society. Most of the operators make a lot of sense to be here, and they're exactly what you'd expect to see. Operators like Doc, who can heal and revive teammates, is a bit of a no-brainer. A guy who carries around a gun which can instantly revive down players and also boost their health points. I mean, yes please.
Yeah, dogs, pretty much.
Same thing with Rook, who can drop armor plating, reducing the damage everyone takes, and there is never going to be anything bad about getting a bonus to damage reduction. Fink is also pretty useful here too, able to give everyone on the team a shot of recreational drugs that gives you like a 10-second buzz as opposed to a 20-minute one, and you can also revive down players if timed correctly. Pulse is another one that also makes a lot of sense here too, with his heartbeat sensor that shows nests through walls. Then when it's leveled up, it even pings them without needing to be pulled out. At first I thought the absence of shield operators was a bit odd, but then after a while I kind of started to think about it. I mean, if they added in Blitz, Clash, or that French walking tank Monty, well, that really just would have outright trivialized things, so maybe it was a good idea to not include them. I also really like too the way they've modified how these operators work so they fit in with the new gameplay loop. I mean, Vigil, for instance, still has his cloaking ability, but now instead of simply hiding him from security cameras, it now hides him entirely from enemies. When you hit max rank with this guy, it also has the benefit of cloaking other players who are in your vicinity.
What the
Now, that would be
fuck?
flat out broken in any other game, but here it's immensely useful. Habana's ability, which you'd assume would have no use anymore, seeing as these aliens aren't really going around reinforcing walls, actually kind of does, because now her gun just works like a remote grenade launcher. And Jaeger's little turret, which was only good at shooting grenades out of the air, is now an actual turret.
Alright, my
that you
food
place
is
on the
here.
ground, which shoots
I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the video. Give me a sec. Let me take my food.
at nearby enemies. And I've got to say, this thing tears absolute ass. Now, I didn't level up every single operator to level 10, and anyone who tells you that they did is going to be lying through their teeth. But you don't need to spend a lot of time with them either to see that some of them are kinda pointless, and I think really not as effective. I mean, Lord Tachanka, for instance, who's probably just been put in because of his meme status. He has his LMG mounted and loaded, but there's really only 2 objectives out of the 10 or so in the game where you ever actually need to stand still and shoot at things. Ella's back again with her ice cream cone looking proximity mines, and yeah, these are pretty handy, I guess, but the other operators can also carry stun grenades, smoke grenades, and paralysis grenades, which more or less offer up the same effect as in mines, and they're also instant.
Don't do away with it like that. You need a sample.
I think Ella's another good example of these mechanics carried across verbatim when they probably shouldn't have been. Her submachine gun, for instance, has that same amount of insane kick that it had in Rainbow Six Siege. Now in Siege, that kinda made sense, and it was justified, because she was a near silent roamer, and coming around a corner to be face to face with her, and that gun that fires a bazillion rounds a minute, well, something had to be done to balance it out. So as a result, they made that thing kick like a goddamn mule, but for it to still kick like that in a PvE game, it just kinda seems needless. It's still kinda balanced with the premise that you're using it against another player. The question I pose then is, why would I use her? When I can use Doc, who can support the team with heals and revives, carry a grenade which fills in the same role as her mine does, and use an MP5 that's like a goddamn laser pointer. The way to defend this is because you do unlock other weapons as you level up, and granted, these unlockable weapons I do think are pretty much objectively more useful. All the guns seem to roughly do the same amount of damage, so taking Finker's LMG for instance, which can shoot off 100 rounds before it needs to be reloaded, versus her assault rifle which only has 30, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Just gotta make sure you don't miss time that 4-hour long reload time for the LMG. But it does feel like some of these mechanics from Siege were carried across here a bit haphazardly and without much afterthought. I mean, barricading is the exact same thing. So again, you can reinforce walls or barricade doors or windows, but there's just so few instances when you have to bother. For only, I think, 2 of the objectives, you need to stand in one place. I mean, you're not just going to randomly fortify a wall during a rescue mission, are you? Even then, the areas these objectives take place in are totally randomized. And sometimes you're going to be in some kind of huge-ass room with way more soft walls than you've even got reinforcements for. You don't even get any points for doing this, giving you less of an incentive to do so. Certain enemies can easily destroy these reinforced walls, so it really just completely defeats the purpose of worrying about it to begin with. I think the biggest component to Extraction though is its RNG, because although the locations never change, the mission combinations do. And you're really just going to be at the mercy here as to which mission order the game's going to give you. Kind of got to the point where if we got a bad combination of missions, we'd just extract right away, then roll the dice again on another incursion. Aside from that though, sometimes you just get really bad RNG with the enemies. The worst ones by far are the breaches. Now they're these suicide bomber kamikaze type enemies that run right up to you and then explode. And I just can't emphasize how much I hate these kind of enemies in video games.
I'm back.
I mean, it's the absolute apex of creative bankruptcy, aside from including maybe turrets. Speaking of apex enemies, there's also an apex enemy in this game, and these are these absolute bullet sponges that constantly spawn in enemies to help them out. It's kind of like the Archviles from Doom, but somehow even more cancerous, and fighting these guys is about as fun as a throat infection. You can cheese through some of the tougher enemy types with the various stun grenades to the point that it pretty much trivializes these encounters entirely. But it's just a bit of a shame how the missions either seem to play to one extreme or the other. It seems we were either totally skating through a mission with no threat whatsoever, or we were barely getting to that next safe room with our pants around our ankles, because we got fucked. By far the worst are the boss fights, which are again totally randomized. Ubisoft have never really been known for their amazing boss fights, and this certainly ain't changing tradition. The concept is pretty cool at least. Now, these are clones of the other operators, and they have attacks depending on the operator that they're a clone of. So there's one based off Sledge who runs around with a giant hammer, the one based off Alibi clones herself again, and you've got to shoot the right one, and then the clone of Smoke leaves a trail of toxic fart gas while he runs around. And it is kind of awesome
I fought that one.
when you have that realization as to who you're fighting, and it also offers up a pretty cool what-if scenario, I think, showing what it might have been like if these highly trained soldiers got infected by this incredibly hostile virus. A virus that makes John Carpenter's The Thing look like a head cold in comparison. But there's no real meaning to any of them. Don't even unlock anything for doing these. At least if like this was how you unlocked the new operators, it might have actually been cool. Then it might have been actually really awesome going through the ranks and taking on all of these souped up alien clones of the operators. Like a Dot clone would keep trying to heal himself and you'd have to interrupt his animation or something. Or a Vigil clone could go invisible and you'd have to use scan grenades to find him. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
I can see that.
But it's really just about staying mobile and pumping them full of bullets. Now, the last thing I want to bitch about is the odd approach that Extraction has for player progression.
Being prepared is the key to adapting to any situation.
Extraction doesn't have missions with an overarching storyline, and you're not playing through any kind of traditional campaign. You're basically just replaying an area over and over, completing achievements to earn milestones. Then, when you reach certain milestone levels, you unlock the next area, with there being 4 in total: New York, San Francisco, Alaska, and then New Mexico. Now, you can level operators up until the infected cows come home, which is fine if you want to do that, but moving through these milestone levels is the only way to progress through the actual story. Because at key levels, you then unlock a new cinematic that shows off some of the main characters, usually just Ash, Mira, and Thermite, standing around lamenting how they're gonna fix this whole disaster.
Still have nightmares about it.
And to see all of these in essentially
Is Ash flogging
you're
the
really doing the equivalent of achievement hunting, which is what the game calls studies. These start off pretty simple, like killing a certain amount of enemies, shooting enemies through walls and all that kind of stuff, but then they start to get stupidly specific. Like getting through an entire incursion with at least 80% health, killing a certain enemy by shooting its pinhole-sized weak spot, or even more specific than that, shooting an enemy's projectile out of the air. I should add, a projectile that it rarely fires. And it goes from being something you can complete by just playing the game normally to something you have to specifically try to get. Now, shooting this enemy's projectile, for instance, was for one of the tougher enemies in the game called a Tormentor. It's an enemy type that turns into Sprawl and then pops out of the ground like a gopher, and all three of us had to basically kite it around in this outdoor area. And I mean, yeah, good luck trying to do that in a game with a bunch of randoms.
2 hours later.
True.
And the worst ones by far are these ones that require a specific enemy type, because sometimes that enemy's just not even going to spawn. One of these objectives involves sludge, which is like a ball of toxic shit left behind by enemies. And honestly, I played about a dozen matches in a row before this stuff even showed up. And this would be fine if it was stuff you could do on the side, you know, just to try to collect achievements or something, but you have to do these to progress through the so-called storyline. There's 30 of these milestone levels in total, but the last main thing you unlock is the Sprawl laser, which comes in at level 25. This adds an attachment to your weapon, which instantly melts away all the sprawl you aim at, as opposed to having to shoot it. And I'm going to say too, I think I might be the only person on YouTube that's going to show this thing off too. Anyway, once I'd gotten this thing though, I just kind of found that I had zero motivation to get those last 5 levels, just to reach 100% and see the story come to its cataclysmic conclusion. I mean, all it was likely to be was another cinematic for operators that I wasn't even playing as. It'd be like watching the Death Star blow up in the Return of the Jedi, and then instead of cutting to Luke and the gang celebrating, it shows Captain Akbar and Mon Mothma having a drink together.
Wow. It sure looks cool.
Extraction's endgame doesn't actually take that long to get to, and by the time you hit either, I think it's level 16 or 18, you're pretty much there. And this is really just playing through the same game modes with a bit of a twist on the formula. Here you've got the assignments and then the Maelstrom mode, both of which change every week.
Basically kind of Payday if you really think about it. It's just Payday but in their own way kind of thing.
The assignment that I played before launch here was called Wall to Wall, and the premise was still completing 3 incursions, but only now before you can move to the next one, you can only unlock the exit through a computer terminal, which then spawns in this wave of enemies. The bonus though is that you get extra XP points for this too, so it's actually pretty worthwhile. But still, just the same key game modes repeated. Maelstrom on the other hand is the same game modes over and over, just now instead of 3 incursions you've now got 9. And then with each new incursion more difficult mutators keep getting added. This is actually kind of interesting though, because it's the same combination every single time. And then it changes every week, being tied to like a ranking system.
Oh.
On top of that too, you have to play a very preset list of operators, so you can't just cheese through these things with your maxed out Doc or Vigil, at least not this week. So what it means is that every 7 days, you have the potential to be the highest scoring Rainbow Six Extraction player in the world.
In the world.
Yeah, I know, that's pretty cool. Just make sure you put that on your Twitter bio if you ever hit that max rank.
In the world.
But again, yeah, it's still the same game modes, just with a bit of a different twist. And this, I think, is what it all comes down to. How long you're going to want to stick with the same dozen or so missions over and over, and how long you can be bothered to level up new operators. Extraction has the same approach that Siege has to microtransactions, so it only seems to include cosmetics. There's no super powerful BFG 9000 guns to buy, and no way to speed up the leveling process by buying booster packs or something, at least not yet. It's not quite a full price game either, and as far as I know, it's also free for people on Game Pass, so that's an added bonus. Overall, it's not the worst cost of entry for what's otherwise going to be a pretty fun little distraction between other games.
I like how we say free for people who have Game Pass, because Game Pass is not free, so it's not technically not free, but okay.
And that's really how I'd sum up Extraction on the whole. It's a fun little distraction. Is it an entirely groundbreaking or exciting entry in the series? Well, not really, but the few things it does well. I don't think I had any major game-breaking bugs. I think I disconnected from a match maybe once in the 35 or so hours I played, and I was able to invite friends and be invited without any hiccups whatsoever. It's sad that I have to praise a game for having basic functions these days, but this is the era where it seems that dev release games when they're 80% finished, and then worry about that remaining 20% after launch. Extraction doesn't feel like that to me, and it is kind of hard to fault something that is so great at being good, if that makes sense.
Bring the asset to the extraction pod.
There's far worse ways you can spend time hanging out with a couple of mates, and at least this one doesn't come with the risk of ending up with a tightened chest, a sore throat, and crippling fatigue. Right, so if you're still watching, well, thanks for sticking around. And let me give a final shout out to my sponsor, SteelSeries. SteelSeries makes some of the best gaming peripherals.
SteelSeries, oh my god, PogChamp.
Mice and gaming pads all synced together.
I mean, I do have the game since I have Game Pass, but is it worth it to download it though? That's my that's where I'm at right now. I'm gonna be honest. I could give it a try. I could. Just too lazy to download the 70 gigs size of game that I'm potentially not gonna play for a while. Just watch a full breakdown of the game. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. But still, you know. I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess I'll download it later, off stream, and maybe we can try it tomorrow or next stream, because that game is fucking huge, man. It's fucking huge, gigantic, humongous. Oh my god, I just finished my food as well. Oh my god. Okay. Shit. Kinda not sure where I'm going with her right now. Let me just clean the line art and we'll play some games. Dum 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 dum. Damn, that was such a good food, by the way. Oh wait, the eating thing's still up. Roxy? Maybe not today. Been drawing for 3 hours straight, man. And you're trying to test me on drawing a cyborg or a robot. It's gonna take quite the energy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to do with the hair. Not scamming. I just don't want to draw it, then not looking, you know, not getting a good result. Oof, sorry. Jesus. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. By the way, how's the internet so far, chat? Have you guys got any random buffer or quality drop here and there? Because yesterday I had to end the stream early because the internet went bad randomly. So I'm actually kind of expecting it to do that again today, but so far nothing, which is good. But I'm kind of expecting it, considering we haven't got that in a while. Oops. Okay. Mm. What should I give her? What should the color of the hair? I mean, let's go with black for now. Oh my god. You kidding me? There we go. Maybe purple? Ooh. It's a very interesting color. We could try. Hold up. I like where the idea where you get the purple purr. That's cute. And also purple is a pretty good color for like, you know, it's a strong and tend to be like it feels sexy in a way. And a lot of character designs that typically give off the sexiness do have a purple in their color palette. So it could work actually. Just need the right kind of purple. That's too bright. Too dark. Ooh. I think the skin is too light. Hold up. Let's give it a little bit of 10. A little bit of grayness. 1090. Whoa, that's too far. 1095. I gotta clean it up. Forget about the bottom part. Should probably make it a little bit more lighter. My idea was that purple in German, which I mean initially, was always a color of the rich, powerful, and as you said, it's also kind of sexy, so I thought it would be perfect. Oh, it is called purple? What the fuck in German? Interesting. It's kind of it's like Kepper. Per. Huh. Interesting. Purple. Dude, I got locked out of Creation Club because my Xbox account does not match the account linked to the Bethesda username. So I went to their website and guess what? It's linked. Nice! Welcome to the Bethesda. Where everything's clunky. Well, purple is like lila, violet, and purple. It's kind of its own color, but I think it's translated to purple as well. Like they have the same name. Ah, I didn't know that. The more I know. Now, the most important thing. What's her hair, what's her eye color would be? This is super important. I mean, of course, we can go with purple, but more like lighter, right? That's doable. What's that Instagram? Instagram post? Oh, I'll check it out later. Glowing red? Her girlfriend's already red color. She have a red color eye, so we gotta go with something else. We gotta go with something else here. Hmm. Oops. Fun fact, purple was a royal color because its producing it was extremely tedious and expensive. It required a large amount of a very specific snail breed to extract comically small amounts. Ah, Peppo G. Never heard about that. The more I know. Thank you, Professor. So the value is not from the look, but the production costs. Interesting. So is the royal color of the Byzantines to show off their riches and power. Is that a country? Those within the Byzantine Empire was allowed to use it unless the emperor willed it. I see. Damn, we're learning. Never knew any of these. Hmm. Exit would makes more sense if the light's coming from here. Yeah, let's do that. Hold up. Okay. So if you think about it, wearing a purple cape in the 4th century was proof you killed tens and thousands of nails. Nice! I'm a fucking bitch. And here's my proof that I'm a bitch. Oh shit. Hmm? Oh. Do do ba do ba do bow. Damn, new waifu confirmed. I'm gonna hit it up to you guys. When I created Rhea, there's already so many people in the chat. It's trying to get the attention. Rhea-chan, oh my god. Okay. Okay, I think I do it wrong way. That's doable. Too lazy. Too lazy. Extraction got Prime skin. I mean, good, right? Use your Twitch Prime to get the fucking a lot of free stuff on Twitch. Oh shit, boy. Twitch Prime, ding dong, Twitch Prime. Okay. Yeah, but Rhea's so cute and innocent. This girl be like just sexy. True. Not wrong. Not wrong. Have you watched Skill Up's latest new? No, I haven't. Even cheaters abandoned 2042? I guess the curse was right. Remember that in Battlefield stuff, every like each battlefield's gonna be either good or bad kind of in exchange. Like Battlefield 4 was good. Battlefield 1 was dog shit. Battlefield 5 was good. Or kinda. Battlefield Victory. And now Battlefield 2042 is dog shit. It's almost like the curse was right. But then again, it was they see it coming. They saw it coming, dude. Like the game was obviously broken beyond beliefs, and they still release it anyway. Like what? What do you expect, man? You know what I mean? So I don't know. They saw it coming. They keep it like that. That's what they want. So be it. Hmm. 4 was great. Hardline was eh. Does Hardline count though? Hardline is a spin-off. No? Like it was made by a different developer, if I'm not wrong. But that's why I didn't count it. I feel like it's just straight up custom. Or like not really main game. If Bad Company counts, Heartland counts. Sure. Sure, I can see that. Yeah. Or 2142, the superior future battlefield. I remember that game. That game was really fucking weird. But it was fun for what it is. But it never really stick with me. It was rather kind of a weird game back then for me. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Damn, the shading is too strong. Fuck. This angle is really weird. Maybe I shouldn't put too much detail on the line arts. Let's erase this. Oh. This. 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 Just rely on the thingy thing. Okay. Bit of hair. Yes. Oh my god. Shit, the vibe's too cozy. I'm getting sleepy. This is nice. Hmm. Damn, the purple is so dark. Uh. Hmm. Yeah, I feel like the purple is a little bit too dark. Shit. I think that would be a better color. Okay. Eh? Oh shit. No. Hold up. I feel like the shading could be lighter as well. Oh my god. Why is shading so hard? Fuck. Pick me, Daddy. No. No. What up, Zay? How you doing, man? Chat. Been thinking. I don't know if we should play God of War. Cause I don't think my PC can stream God of War. I want to play it, but I don't think I can stream it per se. So I don't know about. I don't know about playing God of War. But I want to play God of War, but not necessarily. I mean, I don't know. Not on stream, maybe. But I'm not sure. I don't think God of War needs a good PC to be played. No, my PC can play it, a bare minimum, by the way. But when I play on stream with OBS, that's where it kind of barely make it, because OBS also use some of that GPU resources. If I don't stream it, it's smooth. But if I stream it, the stream, you guys will see a lot of stutters and frame drops, unfortunately. That's why I kind of like, I'm not sure if, you know, because I feel like it's gonna be a bad experience for you guys. But I'm not sure. At least that's what some people who've watched it from the previous stream said. It gets pretty meh in terms of like watching experience. We still can play something else. It's not like it's the end of the day. It's just God of War. You know what I mean? It's just God of War. That eye color doesn't make sense. I just realized. How you doing, Badoize? What's up? How's it going, buddy? Play Lego Batman? Is that the new one? Is it Gook? Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Lego games, so I don't know. I played it before, the Star Wars one and the Marvel one. The new one? The old one? Why? Is it Gook Gook? Like really Gook? I might have submitted a message to support fucking Bethesda. I mean, hey, that's what you should do. That's the purpose of the whole thing. That's okay. That's okay, man. Coloring could be better. Alright, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Nope. Yes. It's actually a thing. Yeah. So good. No. Yes. Alright, I think we'll just let this one sit for a bit. I think we can play some games right now. Or the internet decided to drop. Let me upload this progress to Twitter. Quick. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Better song. We need a better song. Bop, 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 bop. Ta ta. Da 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 da. Yeah. Bumpa. Da 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 da. Boom. Hold up, chat. Wakamakapow! Freestyle! Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Freestyler. Waka maka po. Straight to the. Freestyler. Waka maka po. Okay. I think pretty much like this. Come a chameleon. Rocka 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 maka pow. Straight. Low. Rocka 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 maka pow. Okay. Freestyler. With the freestyler. Get some video. Pull up. Sorry, I was replying. Let me just clean up some of the line art and then we're good to go, yeah? That's a classic, dude. Yeah. Oh shit! She said I'll flow myself away. I can wake you, hang around. I can flush you off my skin. Oh, it's not outside the frame. Suddenly alone. Don't remember anyway. I can go, but with the flow. Oh, it can matter anymore. I can go with the flow. Oh, you believe it in your head. Something fleet too far away. To make it beautiful to live. Alright, done. Muses want to hesitate. You believe it in your head. With the flow. Doesn't matter anymore. I can go. You believe it in your head. And when you go, I'll never think. I'll be off to find another way. You should have tried or nothing night overall. Alright. While you can. Alright, you guys can check out the full HD over there. You go and what you haven't learned to say. I don't love you like I did yesterday. Sometimes I Okay, let's see. What the hell is this, man? What the hell is this? Bad game are better than bland games. This is another essay. Oh, 6 minutes? Okay, you know what? Sure. You know what? Sure.
You know, I complain a lot about how AAA games all follow the same templates and are designed by committees and ask too much of developers and soak up all the attention and money and are over-reliant on pushing the newest hardware and treat their audiences like dairy cows and suck and stimmy innovation and suck and suck and suck so bloody hard. And every time I talk about it, I get the same counter. Ah, but what about indie games, Yachts? The indie sphere teems with innovation because the barrier to entry for making and publishing games is so low these days. Yes, this does result in a constant deluge of indie games of extremely variable quality, especially on Steam, but the really good ones usually float to the top. I was thinking about this after talking about Undertale last time, and it's true, indie games on Steam are a pretty purely meritocratic system where only the really good and innovative titles accrue the word of mouth necessary to get a visible profile. But you know what? That just doesn't seem fair. You can't be mind-blowingly good or new all the time, and it's unreasonable to ask that of anything.
True.
There are a lot of problems with the meritocratic system for indie games. Firstly, quality is subjective. It's not good games that float to the top, strictly speaking, it's the ones with broad appeal. Hence all the anime sex games that show up on Steam's trending list, which certainly do have broad appeal, lol pun. There are no doubt oceans of middling quality games on Steam that I've never caught wind of, but which would uniquely appeal to me, and I just haven't got the time to play every sodding game to look for them. There's a game called Filcher on Steam with all of 57 reviews at time of writing that I bought for the sole reason that one of the creators tagged me on Twitter mentioning it had taken influence from a game I made, and my ego is very large and ungainly these days. Yeah, take note, indie developers. There's your fast track to a shout out right there. Filcher's not that great or easy on the eyes, and the title's one letter away from a very naughty word indeed, but I enjoyed it because its primitive 3D art and first-person stealth gameplay based around light and noise levels and socking guards unconscious with a small black dildo brought back fond nostalgic memories of the early Thief games, quite intentionally, I'm sure. The point is, I ended up giving it more of my time than I have a lot of other games that people have recommended to me, promising I'll really love this one this time, no really, and it was only pure happenstance that I found it. The meritocratic system just isn't good for helping niche games find their audience.
Yeah,
but that's not really what I wanted to talk about. The fact is, the current system for both AAA and indie games just doesn't bring enough exposure to incredibly bad games. And I decry this state of affairs. I'm standing up now for video gaming's right to really, really suck. Regular ZP viewers will know that many years back I began supplementing my annual top 5 and bottom 5 with the blandest 5 games as well. I started doing this because being bland is not quite the same thing as being bad, in my estimation. Bland is worse than bad, a lot worse. Sometimes people ask me if I prefer to review good games or bad games, and frequently I reply that they're about equally as fun. It's the bland games, the mediocre ones that feel like a chore. The only reason we play games or experience any kind of art is to make ourselves feel something, and even contempt and disgust are feelings. That being the case, the very worst thing a game can do is not provoke much feeling at all. It's only a specific kind of bad that I want populating my bottom 5 list. Games that are awful and misguided, but which I still come out of feeling positive. They might be frustrating, annoying, or incomprehensible in the moment, but at least I know they'll be interesting to write about later. I wouldn't use the phrase so bad it's good. So bad it's good is very rare in video games because most games feature at least some kind of repetitive gameplay loop, and you can't usually MST3K your way through the same thing over and over again. A more appropriate phrase might be car crash fascinating. The sort of thing where you really want to break it down and try to figure out the logic that went into it. That's why Balan Wonderworld was my worst game of 2021. I challenge you to find a more car crash fascinating game than that.
Actually.
It's so horribly designed. I mean, what was with that fox that intermittently turns into a cube? And yet, it presents itself so confidently. It clearly made sense to someone, just as outsider art is necessary to help us question our inherent biases and understandings of what art can be. Truly bad games are an enriching part of the culture that surrounds gaming. By examining precisely why the fox intermittently turning into a cube was a stupid idea, we gain fresh appreciation for game design fundamentals. In contrast, bland games are a cultural void. Games built from taking established formulas and mashing the copy-paste buttons until you're left completing an endless conveyor belt of identical, perfectly efficiently designed challenges until the emotional part of your brain dries up. Nothing that calls itself entertainment media should leave you feeling emotionally numb, and yet this is what the AAA industry keeps deliberately churning out with its identikit shooters and sandboxes, because all the punters who just want to kill time with non-threatening Skinner boxes make them more reliably bankable than anything that wants to take a risk, and with that prevailing wind, I worry that the truly interestingly bad game is in danger of dying out. Oh sure, there's no end of terrible indie games along with no end of every other kind of indie game, but a game that's bad because it lacked resources or because the creators weren't very skilled isn't an interesting story. It's just to be expected, really. Car crash games require a certain set of ingredients. The money, resources, and talent to realize the creator's vision, and the vision itself being completely fucking nuts. And the creator must have that specific kind of ego as well that makes them utterly deaf to criticism. That's the root of it right there, isn't it? So often these stories of legendary car crash games, or so bad they're good movies, are really stories about their creators. The Tommy Wiseaus, the Neil Breens, the John Ramirez of the world. But no interestingly terrible idea can survive a AAA level of publisher scrutiny and divided responsibility. An industry of committee design is by its very nature hostile to single visions. Just look at that Bloomberg article about Ken Levine from a few weeks back that is initially about how Ken Levine is totally Duke Nukem Forevering his new project, but ends up turning into a blatant hit piece against the whole concept of auteurism. That's the voice of the industry right there. Stop having ideas and keep making those Skinner boxes, drones. No. If you want car crashes, the place to go these days is the world of crowdfunding, because that's what happens when you subtract experience and knowledge from the process of greenlighting. But half the time you don't even get a game to take the piss out of because they just scarper with the money. Or they don't, and those are the weirdest ones. The ones that just stand there, not producing anything, and gormlessly staring into space as other people's money piles up around their feet, and after a while you stop finding it funny and start worrying about the mental states of everyone involved. But never mind, I'm sure Star Citizen will be out any day now.
Star Citizen. Oh my god. I wonder what's going on with Star Citizen nowadays. Damn. That fucking game. That fucking game, dude. I feel bad for people who actually put shit tons of money on that game. Feel fucking bad, dude. Feels fucking bad. I wonder what they feel. Do they feel feels? Oh my god. Alright. Let me see. Yeah. Chat. I'm not sure. Should we go for God of War or should we go for something new? I want to play God of War, but I don't think it's good for stream. Right now. I'm not sure though. We could give it a try. Finish God of War? Yeah, but is it watchable for you guys? Like, I think the stutters are just pretty fucking bad. Is it not? Oh my god. I mean, if it's still watchable, sure, we can give it a try. Let me just save this. Although here's the thing, Saints or anyone in the chat, if you guys wanna play God of War, if you guys notice any hiccups or anything, do clip it. I want to see how bad it is, because I cannot see it obviously because I'm seeing it from the source, so I don't really see any stutters. But I want to see how bad it is from you guys. Aight, just to see what's up. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. God of War. God of War, John Berdudi. Shit. Hold up. A bada ding, a bada boom. Did you check emotes, by the way? You mean in the suggestion box? Oh, I haven't. Hold up. Alright, might as well check it out here real quick. What do we got? Okay, first of all, like, can you even see this emote? I don't know, but sure, that's kind of funny. Fine. Okay, dude. Okay. Oh my god. What? Ash have this emote. Bulldog. Oh my fucking god. Yo, I graduate from programming software, dude. Come on. God damn it, man. Fuck you. Alright, what is that? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Alright. Add it. That's pretty good. Oh my fucking god. Hold up. I gotta give this to someone. Silent. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Said the F word. Oh my god, of course. Okay. My Discord got banned for so-called spam. Well, did you spam? Hmm? What happened then? Why did you get falsely banned for spamming? Made a new Discord? Well, welcome. Welcome to join. There you go. Welcome to rejoin. If it is false ban, you should report it to them. It's not easy to get unbanned, but it's possible. All of my friends who get falsely banned ended up getting unbanned. Give me a sec. Yeah, okay. Jenny. Send them like 7 emails, all I got was bot replies. Damn, that's sad. Discord's love at 2441. Gotcha. Alright. Let us continue. I don't know where were we last time.
Boy, 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 boy.
Exactly. Hold up. What's up, Onsen? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. By the way, you might want to check out Twitter. My latest Twitter post. I got a feeling you might like it. I get a feeling you might like it. Let's also apply it to anyone else in the chat. Posted a new art, and I think some of you guys might like it. Kinda challenge myself to do something that I don't usually do. Oh yes, ass. No tie gap. Because it's a side. It's a side angle. There's no thigh gap in the side angle. That's not how it would work. I think. Imaginary thigh gap.
Remember the way back to the Black Breath?
Of course. We need to walk across the bridge to the Vanaheim Tower. Are we going to the Black Breath or exploring? Your choice.
Let's go explore first. It's not finished though, but might as well update it on my Twitter with some stuff. Let's check out this one.
I wish we could have gone on a trip like this with Mother. She could fight, couldn't she?
Yes. She fought beautifully.
Aww. Dude, what the fuck? I'm not used to Kratos being so fucking cute and wholesome. God damn. That's kind of sad. Wait, I cannot go up? Oh. Alright. Yes, she fought beautifully.
What happened here?
Shipwreck.
Well, yeah. I wonder why it crashed.
Well, let's find out. By the way, chat, if you guys don't mind, if you see or experience any stutters during this gameplay, you can help by clipping it and post it in the chat. I want to see which moments, like when the game stutters and all that kind of stuff. See if I can improve it. Alright?
Ooh, good find.
Thank you.
I can't read these either, but they're different from the others.
Okay. I see you, cuck! Ah, fuck. Are you kidding me? Oh, fuck. Improve what? Well, the streaming in general. By probably lowering something, the quality, because the game probably stutters a lot during this, because my PC barely able to play this game. I can play this game offline just fine, but because I'm streaming, OBS also take a lot of GPU resources, so it kind of stutters here and there. I just want to know in which part the game stutters. Right now it's fine because it's probably there's nothing going on. What? Okay, that's unfair. Oh my god, I'm low as fuck. No! Oh, fuck, I didn't see him coming. Alright. Damn, that's hard. Just use exclamation. Yeah, exclamation clip is a thing. So you don't really need to press click button. You can just exclamation clip and it automatically did it. Okay, right. I think I'm still too weak for this one. Oh my god, I misclicked. Shit, boys. Damn, these guys are fucking tough as fuck. Okay. Woohoo. I forgot what to press for the shield one. Oh, what the fuck? That's a juke. There we go. Oh, come on. Ah! Fuck. Alright, at least one of them dead. Come on. At least one of them dead. Fuck my ass, dude. Oh. Oh. Ah, fuck. Shit, this is so hard because two of them.
Almost there. Only 2 left.
Yeah, help me, bitch. Oh, come on! No! Ah! God damn it. My depth perception so suck. Sug. Alright, this time, for sure. This time, for sure. Fitta helvete. No, I forgot to... Oh my god. I just barely made it.
I'm ready.
Wow, okay, dude. Father! Oh my fucking god!
You don't look so great!
Okay, you gotta stun them to do that. Shit. One's dead. Whoa, what the fuck? What? Okay, bro. What? Dude, this fucking... Okay. I always do it a little bit too late. Like 1 second too late. Oh, you gotta stutter. Nice, thank you. Well, not nice, but like, you know what I mean. Okay. That's the first time. Maybe we should come back to this later. No, I think I can do it. I just need to not make a mistake. This guy's fucking one hit me. That's a problem. Okay. That's embarrassing.
I'm set.
Jesus Christ. Dude, the timing, I swear to God. I swear to God. Remember you beat Sekiro, this is nothing? True! True! But I feel like I'm gonna waste my time here a little bit too long. Okay, that was bad. Now, dude, oh my God. I almost beat him twice. Bro. Jesus Christ. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. No! so close, holy shit. Oh! Let's go, kid. Good shit.
This one! Father!
Okay, bro. Woohoo! Alright, it's almost dead. Let's kill one of them.
Almost there! Only 2 left!
Alright. Oh my fucking god. No! Let's go. Hell yeah, brother.
It's over.
Fucking go.
It is over, isn't it?
What do we got? Dust of Realms. Enhancing. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. I'll take that. We definitely was not supposed to fight them yet, but they literally one hit me no matter what. But hey, it's doable. You're right though. If you finish secure, this is nothing.
The world serpent's even over here. I told you he's big.
He's huge. Well, they don't outrun you. True. True. I remember that boss fight. It's so fucking annoying. The one that we've beat with one winged angel. That was sick though. Oh, we're not supposed to go here yet?
So, know any good stories to pass the time?
What kind of story?
I don't know. Mother always had stories. Weren't you told me when you were a boy?
There was a man I knew of long ago. His stories were brief and purposeful.
Sounds fun. Do you remember any?
There was one that concerned a hare and a tortoise.
Like the witch's house?
Unlikely.
So what happens?
They wager on a race between them. The hare is too confident of victory and foolish, while the tortoise is steady and
Hey, the
disciplined.
turtle and the rabbit.
The tortoise wins.
You haven't told a lot of stories, have you?
The snake's so huge that it even reaches your mom. Good one, dude. Hold up. Actually, hold up. Is there anything I can upgrade before we can move on? Let me make sure.
The work it is.
Okay, oh yeah, I'm still saving up for this one. Pauldron of the Ancient. Frozen Flame, that, nah. Solid Svartalfheim Steel. Who? Wait, this one minus? The fuck? Transfer the string and luck all the way to runic and defense. Eh. Last second dodge. Increase defense and vitality by 2. I don't think it's worth it. Nah. What's up, Sibo? How you doing?
Son?
Son? Alright, there's nothing.
Next time.
You're precious here, Ed. You really got the other kind of subs here? No! Oh my god. It's just Sibo, alright? God damn it.
Look, we rode past that statue of Thor earlier, when you left the witch's cave.
And what direction is that?
It's mid-morning, sun is over there, so that's south. Southwest?
Good. Enemies ahead!
Oh, fuck.
Cheapo, cheapo, cheapo.
Oh. You're fast as fuck, aren't you?
I'm set!
Ah, shit. Alright. Chibo, Chibo, Chibo.
I can't read these either, but they're different from the others.
Return to the mountain?
Oh,
Oh.
look! The witch's magic is still covering those scorn poles. Saves us some time.
That's good. I forgot where to go. I think here. Looking for stutters. So it doesn't happen that often, huh? That's good. Less stutters means good. Oh!
Just make sure you watch each other's backs in the storeroom. Wouldn't want to lose my loyal customers.
Metal plated bracers. It's pretty cheap, but it's a lower level. Yeah, let's not do that. This one's cheap. Why not?
He's tight. Who knew? And for you? What shall it be?
Nah. Talisman. Refresh all runic cooldown. Also has a passive effect that increases runic when a runic attack is on cooldown. I kind of like the one that I have right now. I think let's just upgrade this instead. There we go. Your monkey is kinda.
Come back anytime.
Kinda.
Here we go. Whoa!
Whoa, what the fuck?
Watch out!
Whoa. You're poisonous wolf? What the fuck?
How'd I do?
You did well.
Yeah, damn. That's new. Usually this kind of scene, this kind of moments where the stutters would happen or occur, but then again, it's usually because of the level
Do you think I
design.
could carry her now?
No.
But I
said no.
Okay.
Oh shit. No. No mega lul.
So who do you think carved the face in the mountain?
You would know better than I.
Thanks.
Now watch your step. Carelessness will only delay us.
Right.
Okay.
Well, there's the Black Breath again. What do we do now?
We see if the witch was right.
Alright.
It's working. She was right.
Oh shit.
Come, let us finish this.
Oh. Cleanse the path. I wonder what's the source of the black breath coming from. It's probably something the mountain. Probably one of the boss fight. Gonna have this kind of thing. I bet. Not brushing tooth properly. Not brushing the tooth 3 times a day.
The path ahead. It's blocked.
Then we climb.
Ah. Oh, probably gonna go there when we came back from here.
You know, Mother said the giants used to visit the Midgard Mountains before they disappeared.
Disappeared.
Yeah, I guess they just up and left one day. No one knows why.
Perhaps they returned to their home.
Jotunheim? Maybe. I wonder if the face in the mountain was a tribute to some important giant.
I like the way they make the climbing path thing sometimes a little bit weird.
No, we made it.
More black breath.
Oh shit. But they fill it up with some dialogue between Kratos and Atreus. It's kind of nice. Holy shit, this is dark as fuck.
That emblem. It matches the one on the door to Jotunheim and Tyr's temple. The giants did come here.
Okay. Wait, hold up. Can I go down? There's a path here. Oh, never mind.
Where are we going? The entrance was back there.
Are you in a hurry?
No, you normally are. I'm happy to keep exploring.
I need to get some achievements.
You want to leave already? We just got here.
Oh, Wait, where's the chest? Oh, we don't have the thingy thing yet. I wonder what do we use for that. Okay. Probably coming back from this area, we're gonna get a new power or something that can destroy those chests. Probably. Too much Pepsi. Is Pepsi still around? Actually, never seen Pepsi locally here anymore.
Is that a deer? I don't remember stories of a giant with a deer head. Wonder who he is.
A puzzle.
Nothing.
Okay. Actually, hold up.
Maybe the riddle will help.
The floor boy.
That doesn't mean anything. Something's missing.
Oh,
Think
I
there's
see.
a second light crystal around here?
Yep. Oh, fita! Good shit, boy. Shee! For real?
Didn't
Yeah.
even break a sweat.
It's not available anywhere. At least in the, like, you know, mini mart and stuff like that. I guess I saw some Pepsi Blue here and there, but that's it. That's about it. Where can I get the other crystal?
What does it say?
Oh.
No yoked beast, nor fearful thrall, nor rooted tree doth know my call.
If I put this up, it's out. Okay. If I do this, only the left side.
Why are we leaving? Pretty sure the way up to the mountain is inside.
Oh. Aha.
How do you think that got up there?
You didn't see that.
This place must have been important to the giants. It's like they're testing us.
How did Kratos get anything done if he's so uneducated? Well,
Okay.
easy.
That looks right.
Brute force. If you have the muscle but not the brain, just brute force everything. It might work.
Is it the answer?
Freedom. Sure, that works.
Go ahead.
Sure. For us.
Yep.
What you doing? Oh, thought maybe there'd be a bridge.
Your giants mean to test us further.
Huh. There's more.
There's a crystal in that torch holder. Should I light it?
Sure.
That helps, right?
Okay. I don't like this.
Guess we have to go down and go up.
These passages seem too small for giants. Why do you laugh?
Oh, you're serious.
I am always serious.
I forget. Mom always said you never took an interest in history. Giants are just a race, like elves and hold your phone. It doesn't mean they're big.
What of the world serpent?
Okay, in that case, giant also means big. There's only one of them.
Ah. So giant is just a race? That's interesting. Oh, there's a path. And a chest. Oh! Rare wrist armor. Ah, it's shittier. Are you kidding me, dude? The one that I have is already better. Man, I think I upgraded too soon then. Fuck. Just rob the fucking grave. I mean, they don't need it anymore. Might as well. Oh god. Oh fuck, I hate this guy. She dodged it? Wow. What? Fuck you. Wait, can I cut this? My immersion! Oh, oh shit, what the fuck? Eh? Huh? Do I have to shoot it sideways? Okay, how the fuck do I shoot this one down? Oh yeah. No, yeah, I have to shoot it sideways because the flag or something is kind of sideways. It's kind of weird. What's that for? Is if I also had the blue skin Jotnar and only one of them was an actual giant? Interesting. One. Oh. No, I didn't throw him off a cliff. Fuck. Easy. Damn, the whole ice. The whole axe. Oh, I see you. What was this?
Let's hang on to it.
New artifact set. Interesting. Looks like there's got to be a lot of hidden stuff in this area. Gotta check around. Oh, hello. think I missed something. Oh. Oh. Hello.
How'd you know that was there?
It's the you. What the fuck, kid? Wait, what is this? Huh? Does that serve any purpose? Kind of looks like it. Okay. We're gonna go back to that later. More hidden graves. Easy. Oh. Chest is locked with runic magic. Find and solve the seal. Ah. BNR. Okay, we only found 2. Okay, this one's the R. This one should be the N. Now we find the B. But I don't know where it is. Oh, never mind. Goddamn. Wait, that was supposed to be it? I think. Oh yeah. This better be good. Oh hell yeah! Oh, that was worth it. Fuck yeah, dude. 2 bars of rage now. Throw them off the cliff with your son on their back. Ultimate betrayal. Oh, hello. Oh, what? What the fuck? Oh, it's just that. Is that fire monster on fire? The fuck? His element was fire. Why is he on fire? Okay. Oh shit, we need the stone. Is there a more hidden stone somewhere? Oh. Okay, looks like we gotta go back to this later. Jesus, this is so fucking
this
dark.
This is a lot of bodies.
What the fuck is going
Tell
on
me
here?
what you see.
Well, they look like men, not giants.
Correct. Thieves seeking treasure. See the traps?
Oh yeah. Lucky for us, they set them all off.
Be grateful these stay dead.
True. What the f— oh, we're behind a deer.
We made it across!
Interesting.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir! Oh, this is Durathror, one of the 4 stags of the World Tree. He's supposed to watch the entrance to Jotunheim while the giants sleep. Think he's still there?
I do not know.
Okay. What's the light for this one? Sometimes just decorate. Oh, hello.
Boy.
Sir,
Boy.
I've seen this language before. Huh. Why would someone hide a library?
Because it's not just a library. There's gotta be something here. Maybe not. Am I overthinking this? Hold up. What did he found earlier? Scotty. Search for. I don't know. Huh. I would think there's gotta be something else here, but I don't think so. Okay. Kinda weird. Oh, hello.
We are done here.
Dude, there's so many things. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I see what's going on. We're gonna bring those crystal over here once we unlock the new power. Hello. What the fuck? You're still alive? No! I didn't mean to press that.
Still our goal. We find a way up.
Huh? What's that for? There's a chest behind this.
Wow. The highest peak in the realms. Think Mom knew this was the Giant's Mountain?
No, the request has been more complicated than she could have foreseen.
It's the name, I think. Razzler. It means terror.
Nice.
What's that? Weird. There's a candle all tangled up with string and some sort of animal hide. Some kind of lantern? No wick, though.
That is of no use to us. The Bifrost lights our way.
I don't know about that good. Sure. Probably gonna need it.
What do you think lit these torches? The dead don't need light.
Eyes open.
Someone's here. Hello. Some more hack silver. There's a lot of hidden path here and there.
Stop that.
Come on, I was just... Okay.
Stop that. Oh, this looks like a place to boss fight.
Whoa.
Or some shit.
What is all this? Where are we?
A mine. And if this claw reaches the summit, our goal is near.
Alright, how do we use it?
Oh, there's a lot of spot to go around. Okay.
Looks like something's supposed to roll on this.
I still don't understand what's that for.
Well, that's not going anywhere.
It's more of those thing.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir. That's funny.
How so?
One hand wrote, Jotnar only. And another wrote, and also dwarves. Should we add to it?
No.
Oh
Machinery
shit.
in here looks almost dwarven, but the stonework is definitely Jotun. You know, I think the giants not only mined the mountains, but actually lived here.
Oh. Hello. Only 400? The fuck? More things that I need a better...
There's a machine with gears and rope by that torch. What do you think that's for?
What torch? Oh, there's a door there. I didn't see it. Oh. Hold up. 1 second. One second, chat. Oh, I know.
Bill.
Jesus. Okay. Bada bing. Bada boom. Oh my god, dude, my PC is... Hold up. My PC is starving so hard right now. And we're good. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. What the shit? How'd he get there? Oh, hello.
Come.
Come. Symbol of shadows. I think that's new.
Come, boy.
Huh?
Huh?
I think I see how this works. The claw's on one side, And if we get this unstuck...
Whoa!
Oh no! I think the rope's stuck under that rock.
That was careless.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
It's stuck.
Oh,
But
fuck.
maybe we can find our way up through there. After, you know, getting rid of those things.
Alright.
What's with that truck? All set!
No, I did not mean to do that. These guys are too easy for those. Oh, what the fuck? Ow.
I can help out more if you want.
We need to free the rope from under the mess you created up there, boy.
Maybe there's a way up there through that passage that opened.
We will see.
Dude, this place are fucking huge.
How big is this place?
It is a mountain. Big.
Okay, that hits it. Come on. Come, boy. Uh-huh. What's this? Oh god, the boxes. Hello there. Secret chests. Hello! Oh, that's the one that we saw earlier. Alright. Oh, okay.
More traps.
There's a tunnel, but you won't fit.
Take it.
Okay.
Huh? Well, that was easy.
You okay?
Of course.
Oh, that's real. Nope. Oh.
Sure a lot of trouble around here. Fire above us!
Come here, you fuck.
Think you can move it? Looks kind of heavy.
I can move it.
Did our kid just ask if I can move it?
The main
The
room.
fuck?
But how do we get through that?
Look for the draw chain that opens it.
I'm a fucking god of war, dude. Can I move it, my ass? Oh, hello. No, it's a fucking loot lizard. Oh.
What happened to him?
Died.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's designed to always dodge. Interesting. So there's another way to capture this guy. That's doable. Holy shit! That's a lot of good stuff. What the fuck? Okay. Boy, I hear Eyes of Odin. Oh, okay. I see the path now.
And we're stuck. Card's still attached to the...
I see that. There.
Let's go!
I see that.
That's it!
Okay, before we go there, let's check out this place. What do we got here?
More of those.
Cups. It's achievement.
Maybe there's a way through that big gate up there?
No. Okay. Oh my god, it's a bunch of puzzles. Oh. Oh. Hmm. All dead? Huh. Oh, never mind.
Here we go! Runner, right side!
Ow. Ow. Okay.
How was that?
You have potential, boy.
You have potential. Hello there.
Here we go! Look at all this old stuff.
If it is not useful, leave it alone.
I know.
Leave it alone. Oh, we're definitely dropping a lot of frames here. I'm guessing because there's a lot of reflections going on. Strength for cooldown? I don't think so, bro. No, I don't think so.
Look! Another lantern!
Oh, yeah.
Broken. Leave it.
What could they be for? There's something special about them. I can feel it.
I can feel it. One sec. Oh my god. Okay, what do I want to do? Alright. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bum. There we go. Okay, so for returning. Jesus Christ, my FPS, dude. That holds? Okay. Interesting. I don't need that. Guess we gotta push it. What is this for, though? I don't get it. What? Oh, I'm dumb. I just dragged it around.
I think we can get to that rock now.
Yep. There we go.
I think it's up ahead.
Ooh, chess. Runic summon. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, let's give it a try. Fuck it. That looks faster. No damage, but it's a lot more useful.
What's that look, baby?
Okay, now what? Oh.
No way.
Mm-hmm. Holy fuck.
You did it! I bet we can make the rope wheel work now. Might give us the way to the top.
That's the point. Well, let's go. Oh, fuck off. What? That hits me. That doesn't make sense. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, I'm stunned. I'm in slow. Fuck me! Oh my god. What the? Misclick, motherfucker. Oh, that's useless. Ah.
Back to the wheel.
Oh, new one. Oh. That seems slow. Yeah, I like this one better. Ooh, what's this? Frozen Flame! Yes. Can finally upgrade the motherfucking shit.
It's working.
Okay, but
You got the claw back.
okay. Oh. I see. So now we're gonna use this cart to go up. What the fuck? This is a very sketchy plan. What the shit? Okay. Is doable, I suppose?
It fits. That's perfect.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Do you think this goes all the way to the top?
We will see soon enough.
No, I don't think so.
Something feels strange up there. We're heading into danger.
Do not concern yourself with what might be. Focus on what is, and be vigilant.
Yes, sir.
That's actually good advice.
Not the top, but we're closer. Wait! That one's not broken! There's a note. A giant's prayer. They're asking their ancestors to watch over them. To guide them home.
Boy.
Wait. I think I know how it works.
What? Oh, it's a lantern.
Watch.
What did you write?
I asked them to watch over Mother.
Aww.
Do you think they'll watch over us on the way to the top?
Come, boy. It is a long way up.
Oh my god. Wholesome moment.
Stay back.
Uh-oh. Oh, this one's easy.
Matalo, boy.
Got it. Be careful.
Oh, the game.
More tests.
The game uses a tunnel for area where only Kratos can dodge. That's kind of hilarious. But sure.
Oh,
That is not helping.
Ow.
See you on the other side. Here we go!
Ah! Ow. Don't worry, I'm good. I'm good. That was close. Okay, we got some chest action over here. Another cooldown pad for armor. What is this? Oh, it's an item. Come, boy.
Another mining one. It may not be as long a way up as we thought.
Probably.
That did it!
Nice!
Or not. Are we still too heavy?
Oh yeah, we are. Wait. Aha! Of course. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Ooh, Rage Stone.
Alright, we're moving again. Hey,
I'll take it later.
when we get to the summit, how far do you think we'll be able to see? The lake? The world serpent? Our house?
We will see when we get there. Until then, eyes open.
Got a feeling we're gonna do some fight over here.
Whoa!
Atreus!
Yep.
I'm fine. Just lost my balance for a moment. You know, for someone so strong, you sure worry a lot.
It serves me well, and how I keep us alive.
I guess. Not a terribly fun way to live, though.
Yeah, true.
Ready yourself!
Ah, come on.
We must be getting stronger. Those guys were easy.
Underestimate. No, kid. Ah! Why are we?
Be ready!
Oh, come on. Fuck yeah, dude. Wait. Wrong button. Yo. Just died. Jesus Christ.
Nice shot. How was that for fun?
I get it. I should worry more. Is this where we get off?
No, we are stuck.
What the fuck? Okay. Damn.
How much farther do we have to go?
I do not know.
Think we'll get attacked again?
Definitely.
Oh boy.
Yes. Now be ready.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
Whee! Oh, fuck off. I'm not dealing with you shit. What? How's that not a hit? Ah, fuck. Okay. You, shut the fuck up. Jesus. Nice.
Stuck again.
I know.
Yeah. Alright, this sequence kinda meh.
I think we're safe now.
Not gonna lie. It's kinda boring.
Father, after we scatter Mother's ashes, what then? What comes next?
Nothing comes next. We go home.
That's it? The adventure is over?
For now. But we will have much to do. You were right earlier on the boat after cutting down the last tree. You said it felt like something had changed. And it has. And our home is no longer safe. But it will be again. And we must continue your training.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
We're almost at the summit. Nothing's gonna stop us.
The fucking dragon? What the fuck? Yo, I helped you, bro. Holy shit, okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on, bro? Woo! Holy shit! Oh my fucking god.
Hold on!
Okay, now we know the redstone's weakness are electric.
Phew. That was intense.
Hold.
Whoa, what was that?
It's like supercharging the stone.
That looks like a root of the Yggdrasil tree.
Shattered crystals. You can destroy World Tree Sap obstacle by combining Shattered Crystal with electric energy. Okay.
Is that its sap?
Crystallized sap. There's power inside.
Incredible!
Incredible!
I can't believe we fought a dragon. I was aiming for his eyes, but I kept losing my footing. Do you think this is their home? Did they move in after the giants left? Or are they why the Giants left?
Boy, the air grows thin here. No more questions. Breathe.
Oh, yes. I see.
Smart. Oh, Sindri. Oh shit.
You hear that? Sounds like someone screaming.
Sindri! My boy!
Wait, boy!
It's Sindri. Can you kill something that big?
If we can catch it off balance.
I can distract him.
What are you doing?
We have to help him.
Break right. Find an angle. Wait for my mark.
Thank you.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go!
Over here!
Okay. Fuck him up! What the fuck? Oh my god! Holy shit! That's so fucking sick. Come at me then. Oh. Ow. Oh, I gotta throw it in his mouth. Oh, okay, that hits. Holy fuck! Ow. What? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Come on. Alright then. How's that even work? Okay, dude. What? What do I do? Okay, hello? Game? Do I then use the fucking thing? Okay, I'll just use... fucked. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ. You're annoying to fight her. Alright, boy. Jesus! Alright, timing. Jesus. Okay, fair enough. Fuck you! Nice cat you're fighting there. I know. What's up, Nayu? How you doing? This is so loud, by the way. Holy shit. Oh shit.
Boy, are you okay?
Yeah!
I have a plan. Be ready to lower the crane on my mark.
I don't know how this thing works.
I do not care. Be ready.
I do not care. Where's the fucking stone? Fuck. Okay, dude, nice timing. Woo! Alright. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Woo! I don't know what I'm doing, but let's go. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn, it's so fucking cool. Didn't even move. Holy shit.
Wow. We actually did it. And you!
But nobody's killed a dragon for hundreds of years. Not since the grand culling of the worms. And unless I'm mistaken, you did all that for me.
You are mistaken. The dragon was simply in our path, nothing more.
You deny it all you want, but you saved me, and that deserves compensation.
Our rewards.
What are these?
Braided mistletoe arrows, straighter than Heimdall and perfectly weighted.
Oh. Thanks?
Oh. Okay. Hold on. Ooh, not that.
What the fuck?
Have you seen my brother again?
Yeah. You said you lost your talent.
Oh, and that I'm selfish? No, I'm sure. That I value a weapon's look? No. Over its purpose? That I'm pretentious? No. And uptight? Fussy? I know what he thinks, but he can't hurt me any— Ah!
What the fuck?
Burn that.
I do not have time for this.
No. Wait. I have a better idea.
What?
I just need a tooth from that dragon.
Okay. I'm doing good, but I'm chilling. By the way, I bought a GPU. Oh shit! What is it?
Watch where you grab that. Oh, never mind. Oh, so unclean. Oh, so unclean. Oh, the smell. Perfect. That should do. Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. I am not touching that. Just hold it out. Now, run that along the string of your son's bow. Just humor me.
Atreus, your bow.
Electric
Two
power.
passes should do it. Gently, now.
Shock arrows. Okay. If acquired shock arrows, shoot them, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, sure. Now you're impressed. How do I explain this? Oh, I see. You figured it out on your own then. Just, never mind. I wasn't just explaining the beautiful artistry of my craft or anything. No, just anything to help you. Yep.
Alright.
Ready and ready.
Leviathan axe upgrade.
Enjoy cutting trees. You just cut trees with that, right?
Yeah.
Master Atreus, how may I serve?
Okay.
What shall it be?
Chest armor. Oh my god, plus 19 cooldown? Holy fuck. Okay. I don't know.
Now, there
Oh,
is
wait.
something else to tell you. Wait, no, yes, come in.
3070 took quite a bit of money. Big boy GPU. Oh, hell yeah. That is a big one. It's a good one, though. Congrats, man. Congrats. -6. Huh. I mean, low perk, blah blah blah. Inflict shock damage to nearby enemies. Whatever. +4. Honestly, but I don't equip that one. Superior Resurrection Stone. Okay. Artifacts.
That's the deal.
10k! Holy shit. Okay. So it's still an Ancient's Heart. I'm not sure where do we farm that shit, but let's just use for what it is right now. -8 runic, -5 cooldown. Bada bing, bada boom. No.
And for the youngster?
Superior Sharpshooter. Aim shot, enemy intake air, when rapid fire allows Healthstone Potency. Ow.
Something else for you, then?
Yeah.
Happy to provide.
Hello, what's up, Payne? How you doing? I'ma go
Feels like it
to
wasn't
my
that
little
long ago
cousin's
we were
home.
hunting deer.
Alright, man. Have a good one.
Now we
Thanks
fought
for stopping
dark
by.
elves, and trolls, and ogres, and a dragon. I feel like we could be anything now.
We win because we are determined, disciplined, not because we feel ourselves superior.
True.
Sure, I know. It's just, it feels good to be strong, you know?
Yes, I know.
Tears Revenge. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. Cooldown 60 seconds though. Sure, let's give it a try. Why not? That looks sick though. God damn. Switch stand by pausing momentarily after once a new stand, press R1 to perform a sweeping attack. What the fuck? Aim and hold R1 to select 3 targets. I didn't know I have that. Oh shit. Just chilling, decided to go check out your playthrough instead of me being in bed all day. I see. Nice. Well, welcome. Alright, we can try this. Why not? Switch on relatively. Oh, damn. Okay. Lasting shock. Shock duration increased. Shock potency. Almost out of XP. Light arrow inflicts instant massive amount of stun damage. Oh, okay. I need that actually. While barehanded, blah blah blah, perform shield slam. Stun damage. Ooh, so many things. So little XP, fuck. Oh, that's sick. What the fuck? Okay. Let's increase this damage for the kid. Increase arrow damage. Alright. Should be a lot better now. How's that of War so far? Pretty fucking good, dude. Been enjoying every single fucking area so far. This game is just pure goodness. I swear to God. Just unfortunately my PC can barely handle this game, so there are a lot of stutters and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
Stuck.
Wonder if there's another crystal around we could use on those roots.
Where? Oh wait, I see it.
There we go. Want me to shatter it?
There it is.
Oh, I'm gonna like this. Strange though. That one didn't completely blow up. That crystal, I shot it once. It's going now. All right.
Oh.
You want me to
Difficulty?
fire more arrows?
Hard, I think, whatever that's called. The latest one, not the hardest. I'm not trying out the hardest one, the God of War difficulty. That one seems a little bit too challenging. Oh fuck!
Ready yourself,
Oh fuck! Jesus, fuck, this guy is so annoying. Yo, can you not? Oh my god, this fucking guy. Alright. Oh, my frames. Help. Yeah, I watched someone playing it, it was cancerous. Ow. Good shit, kid. Oh, I can throw that. Ah, what the fuck? Yeah, don't worry. Wait, what?
How do we get to it?
Almost through. Kablam?
I will never get tired of shattering things with this.
Oh, there's more. Shit. No! God damn it. Okay, hold up. Let me get this one first. Hey, lore update.
Another one here.
This one's called Emir. Mother tried to tell me this one, but I think I was too young. Are giants coming out of his armpits? I think that might be Odin stabbing him.
Interesting.
What's that?
What's what? Okay. Kids like to do that. I think the game's trying to tell us there's something, but just bepiga sometime. Oh, come on. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Oh, they're slower.
Boy.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Now what?
It's getting colder. We must be near the top.
Oh, wait. There's a secret, or not secret, a rune chest over here. But how the fuck do we unlock it? Oh, I see. $27 XP for that? Oh, Jesus, fuck! Why? Why? What? Why? He got hold of fucking thing. That's one. Oh my god, the ice visual effects fucking drop my frames. Where is the other runes? Oh. Second one. Now, where the fuck is the last one? Where are you? I don't think it's down there. Where's the last one? It should be somewhere. Huh? Okay, I actually don't see it. There's no way it's here, though. Okay, game. There's no way it's up there, right? One was here. There's no way it's up here then. But where? Why am I not seeing it? Nani? Dude, there's no way I'm gonna continue without finding it. What? Dude, where? Kid. What the fuck? Why is it so hard? Am I not looking at the obvious places? Oh, motherfucker, you're hiding in here. Fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. Hold up. Oh my god, it's already almost 7 hours? Oh yeah, I started stream earlier. One second, chat. I Scooby-Doo, coming after you. Not a song and a story. Oh my fucking god. Hold up, sorry. Alright. We're gonna hop to the next area and then I think I'm gonna stop there. It's a little bit tired. I have 2 cups of coffee as well
Not
today.
long now, Mom.
Mom. Mummy.
Look,
The summit.
We're so close now.
Dude, there's so many. This is gonna be a lot of fucking.
Strap broke when we fought the dragon. It's all right. I can hold it.
Stop.
There's a lot of foreshadowing here. Probably gonna get thrown to the fucking base or some shit. I don't think the game's gonna end here.
Broken quiver will slow your draw. Pain we endure. Faulty weaponry we do not. This will do for now. Good?
Good.
Go.
Nah.
Steady, boy. Mind your footing.
Holy shit.
Here we go.
What? I fucking love this.
Okay. Yeah?
Oh, I
I see
fucking love
improvement.
this game. Hidden man? The fuck? Oh, hello. Nice kick, thank you. Okay. Clearly you cannot use this. Oh.
Must be some way up. You hear those voices too, right?
Yes. Be silent.
Tell me, you know why we're here. My last visit managed to loosen your tongue.
That sounds like the same man who came to our house. You said you killed him.
Shh.
I see you brought company this time. Must be important if the sons of Thor deign to grace me with their presence. tell me. You two still tripping over yourselves to impress Daddy?
The tattooed man. Tracks show he now travels with a child. Where would they go next?
Why would I know that?
You're the smartest man alive, aren't you?
Smarter than all the dead ones, too.
Is that Thor?
You help me, I help you. Tell me where they are, and I'll talk to Odin.
Your father won't let me go, Balder, and he won't let you kill me. You have nothing to offer me, so take your questions, take your threats, take these two worthless wankers, and piss off!
When no one's looking, we'll be back for your other eye.
Don't you forget, we're everywhere.
We really are, aren't we?
Oh, shut up, you idiots.
What a fucking asshole. Yeah, I don't think that's Thor. He mentioned about Thor, so I thought, you know. So I'm assuming Thor visited Mimir for questions as well. So Thor also looking for Kratos?
Ah, the very topic of conversation. A tattooed man traveling with a child.
Boy, check their path. Make sure we're all alone.
But we just saw them leave.
Do as I say.
True.
He doesn't know what you are.
And I would keep it that way. Who are you?
Me? I'm the greatest ambassador to the gods, the giants, and all the creatures of the Nine Realms. I know every corner of these lands, every language spoken, every war waged, every deal struck. They call me Mimir, smartest man alive. And I have the answer to your every question.
Why does the son of Odin hunt us?
Okay, there are a few gaps in my knowledge. But Odin's had me in prison here for 109 winters. I'm a clever lad. I can piece it together. Promise. Just given time.
Nobody there, just like I said.
The boy's mother is dead. She wished her...
She wanted us to spread her ashes on the highest peak in all the realms.
Oh, then you've come to the wrong place, little brother. The highest peak in all the realms is not here in Midgard. It's in Jotunheim, realm of the giants.
No!
That could not be what she meant.
Take a look. This is the last known bridge to Jotunheim in all the realms. See that mountain? Looks like a giant's finger scraping the sky. That's the highest peak in all the realms. No here.
Can't we just take that bridge? We have a Bifrost.
When the giants destroyed all other bridges to their realm, they locked this one up with a secret rune. If it still exists, only a giant would know it.
And all of them left Midgard a long time ago.
True. But today, the winds of fate have kicked up a strange vortex of coincidence. Fact is, there's only one person alive who can get you where you need to go. And luckily for you, my schedule's wide open.
We're going to Jotunheim, right?
It's your best and only move from a tactical standpoint. It's the one place the man who cannot be killed won't follow you.
What do we do?
Yes!
First, you need to cut off my head.
Wait, what?
Odin made sure that no weapon, not even Thor's hammer, could free my body from these bonds. But fortunately, you don't need my body. The trick is, we need to find someone who can reanimate my head using the old magic.
Old magic? There's a witch of the woods. She knows the old ways.
And she'll help. She might do worth a try.
But if she fails, he will be dead.
He tortures me, you know. Every day, brother. Odin himself sees to it personally, and believe me, there is no end to his creativity. Every single day. This isn't living.
No.
Oh, I can't watch this.
Brother, in case you can't resurrect me, there's something you need to know. The boy The longer you wait to tell him his true nature, the more damage you do. He will resent you, and you may lose him forever.
There is much about me I would not have him know.
So you value your privacy more than your son, eh?
I'm going to cut off your head now.
Fair enough.
Interesting. Wait. Okay. I don't get it.
Yona! We're going to Yona! We're going to find the long-lost realm of the giants. That's...
Inconvenient.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say.
Wait. Why did he want to help us? I don't get it. I thought he wanted to die. Huh? Am I wrong? Has he been... You've been... Oh, he wants freedom. I thought he just wanted to die. Because of all the fucking torture and everything. Like, living as a fucking head? What does that do? Cannot really do anything.
Do you remember the way to the witch's house?
Yes. The woods with the blood red leaves. South of the lake. I know just where to go.
Okay.
Hope she made it back from Alfheim and can bring Mimir back. He seemed nice. Before you cut off his head.
He knows everything, which I'm guessing he could see the future. True. True.
So this is the bridge to Jotunheim? This looks like those weird doors we've seen. I guess Mimir will help us figure it all out. If we can bring him back to life.
Okay. Shit! I guess we keep going. No, I'm just curious. I want to keep going. Fuck, okay. We'll keep going a little bit more. What's this place for? Why can't we go here if there's nothing? That's weird. Okay. Huh. Oh. Can I travel to this yet? Okay. Hello? Oh, it's loading. Interesting.
Look at this place. This must be a branch of the World Tree.
Boy, stay on the path.
Right, I know. I can't believe it was Baldur that came to our house. The Aesir god. Baldur! And you fought him, and won!
Yes.
One of Odin's sons, Thor's brother. And now he's hunting us with his nephews. Why is this happening?
Oh, it's the nephews.
If we can raise the head, you can ask him.
Okay. You know, it's silly, but I secretly hope we find a giant somewhere in that mountain. I guess they really did leave Midgard, except for the serpent. He may be the last of his kind. Are you the last of your kind too? Is that why you don't like to talk about
my kind?
I mean, your family. Before Mother and I. Where you came from. Mother, a father?
Now is not the time for that.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
This is kind of cool. So, when you teleport in between areas that's pretty far, instead of showing a loading screen, they just show you They just give you that. That's kind of fucking
Rock!
sick.
Rock! Rock!
What? I'm on a fucking break. Don't hear me screeching at you whenever you're twiddling your short and curlies.
Leave him, boy.
No, Fab. Well, you already soiled my solitude, so you may as well join me.
We're not hungry.
Good. It's not what I was offering.
Saw your brother again.
Congratulations. And I'm sure you'll let him go and roger my axe good and plenty again. Hmm? Let's see the damage. Little canker-throat wouldn't know proper weight and balance if it were dangling off his chut. Hmm. You eating well enough?
I guess.
Good.
Aww.
All better.
What the hell? So cute. Still care about him?
Now what the fuck else you want, huh? Times he gets so wrapped up in his work, Sentry hasn't the sense to sip or sup. And if he does remember, good luck getting him to cook his own meat. Guess I got all the stomach in the family. Along with the smarts.
You miss him.
What, that spit-fister? What do you know?
I just mean
Hey, do you mind? Trying to concentrate here, already on a break from my break. Now you're talking.
So cute. Okay, we cannot really upgrade anything. Higher vitality, lower runic. Higher perk chance to grant a health burst on any successful executioner cleave. You know what? Sure. Seems useful. Hyper grand health burst on any. Wait, what? Curve grip. Curve grip and weight grip. Hold up. I'm confused.
Well, see you next time.
Dude, so many fucking different upgrades and everything. Okay. -8 vitality plus 4 luck. Executioner's Cleave, precision throw. Okay, I'll stick with that.
And you need something.
I'm gonna be honest, the upgrade or the shop UI is just very confusing. Or the UI of the
Boy, what is the
weaponry.
path back to the witch?
First, we need to find a boat.
A bow. Okay. Very, very fucking confusing.
Do you remember the way back to the witch from here?
That way, behind the big statue of Thor.
Wait, what? What do I have? What is this again? Huh? Oh. Favnir storeroom. I'll do that later. Pull up.
How about one more story?
One more. There was a horse. The horse sought vengeance upon his enemy, a stag. But he could not kill the stag alone. The horse met a man, a hunter, and made a deal. He took the man's bit and bridle and allowed him to ride in a saddle on his back. Together, they killed the stag, and the horse tasted victory. But the hunter would not release the horse and made a slave of him.
So getting revenge cost him his freedom. Hope it was worth it.
It was not.
Is it worth it? I wonder what story was that. Never heard that one before. I mean, what story was that based on?
Huh?
The water dropped.
When the serpent rose. Right. I knew that.
I knew that. Sure, kid. Sure. Okay. Bruma.
I know she's really powerful, but you really think the witch can bring a head back to life?
She seems competent in her craft, and we have nothing to lose.
If she can't bring it back to life, can we keep the head?
No. But you may feed it to the fish.
Okay.
What the fuck? Why? What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh, fuck off. That's so annoying. Oh my god. Dude, the witch is so fucking annoying. It's not even hard to fight, but fuck me, she's annoying. I think it tells a story about himself and Ares. What? From which game?
I bet this'll lead out.
I don't remember the Ares one. Is it? Huh. Ares? Which one is Ares again in God of War? I don't
This does
remember.
more than decipher those Muspelheim runes. It
Can I
also
read-
contains the travel rune.
You can now access
Should we go visit the
removal
fire realm?
realm travel room. Interesting.
Nice! You found a seal!
But then again, it's been so fucking long.
Turn back Aesir. Guess the gods aren't welcome here.
This is the last time I played the fucking game. Oh wait, hold up. This is the way to the witch. Let's explore this area first. Ah! Ah! Now we can go to a lot of places. Directed indeed. Oh shit. I did not mean to do that. Okay, I guess we need a fire element for that. Oh! Oh, it's for that. It was one of the first, on the first God of War. Okay. That is the least, that's the one that I have the least memory about. God of War 2 was pretty memorable. The third was very fucking epic. The first one I don't really remember much. I played all of them though.
Boy.
Another map. Bet we'll find something useful here.
Boy. Oh, not again. Fuck you. Annoying bitch. Come here. Alright.
Hey, I think I see another one of those bowls of sand up there. That I drew the runes into? Not sure how we reach it. There's something up there.
Boy.
There you go.
Sir.
Okay. Now, how the fuck do we go up there, though? Shit! The path is closed down. Dude, I can easily climb that. Come on. Alright. So we'll come back later. Looks like we're gonna come back to this place a lot.
Atreus, follow me.
Be right there.
Basically, Kratos and Ares had a deal, but end up being slaves to Ares, which also ended Kratos killed Ares, the god of war, and that's how Kratos ascended to become the current god. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Huh. But I don't have any memories on how it goes. It's probably not that memorable or something. The god of war. Where's the last one? God, this rune chests are the hardest one to solve sometime. That's where it always took me a while to find all the runes. God damn. Oh. Hello. Well, shit. Runes, runes, runes. I hear monster. I guess down there in the dark area. Not sure how to fight him. I feel like the other one's supposed to be somewhere around here. I just cannot find it. Oh. Aha! Easy.
Let's go open that chest.
Axilver. Oh my god. The rage one. Need the health one. You know how Kratos used to be yeah. I know the whole ordeal of why he hated the gods so much. Like it all started from Ares. Or Ares, however the fuck you call him. Like the guy's just a bunch of selfless asshole. I'm a selfish asshole.
There he is. I hope he remembers us.
He who? Oh, the fucking thing. Like the whole trilogy of the God of War is just Kratos killing the whole family member of the god is very fucking sick.
Boy, over here.
And the way he finished each one of them always fucking sick.
How's it going, Charlie? Is your witch friend here?
What is that name?
That's what he told me it was. What it sounded like in my head anyway. Charlie.
Name's Charlie. Ah. Oh. Oh, okay. Whoa.
I got your back! Take that, Roger!
Why is there so many of them? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Oh. Oh, he keep the house safe. Good boy, Charlie.
Mother, she is here. It is so good to see you again. I knew you weren't dead.
Hello.
Oh, can you bring a head back to life?
I was trying to teach his son not to become like him, which I found
I'm not
so
sure
good
I
about this game.
understand what.
Yep.
Wait. Where did you get those? The arrows. Give them to me now.
They were a gift.
Do as she says, boy.
These arrows are dangerous. They're wicked. You find any more, you destroy them, understand? Do you understand? Say it!
I understand. If I see them, I'll destroy them.
Explain?
It's all I ask. Forgive me. Please, take my arrows in their place. I have no need for them anymore.
Okay, explanation, hello?
Now, what's this about a head?
Explain, hello? No one's gonna ask? What the fuck?
Do you have any idea who this is? Did you kill him?
He asked for it.
At his request. He claimed you could revive him.
Me? Are you sure you heard him right?
Please?
Take him to the table. Hemele. It's been a long time since I've practiced the old magic. Hold him there. Let's have a look. Well, thankfully his head hasn't decayed much and his brain is still intact. Nice clean cut. Cutting off his head of all people. I sure hope you know what you're doing. Now, hold his head under the water and don't let go. I mean it.
Gonna answer this, kind of spoil the game. Still though, it's kind of like it's a plot hole. Because Kratos and
That's enough.
just say, yeah, just do what she asks. Like what? You know what I mean?
It worked.
Let me
damn.
see him.
Like he
Mimir?
trusts her so
You there?
easily.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Hello, Freya. Been a long time. You look well.
What I did for them. As far as I'm concerned, death suits you better.
I'd bow if I could, Your Majesty. Forgive me. Had I known the witch in the woods was Freya herself, I never would have suggested this.
Freya? The goddess Freya?
You didn't know either? Sorry.
When word gets out that Mimir is free, the wrath of Odin won't be far behind.
You are God.
Leader of the Vanir, once yes, but no longer.
You did not think it important to tell me.
Are you really going to lecture me about that?
We are leaving, boy.
But...
Now.
You're welcome.
Why did you do that?
We cannot trust her.
Because she's a god?
Have I taught you nothing, boy?
But she's helped us a lot.
She lied.
Some people value their privacy. Best not to judge, brother.
When I require your council head, I will ask.
Fair enough. Get me to Tyr's temple in the Lake of the Nine, and I'll get you to Jotunheim as promised.
We know the temple. What's there?
Only the last living giant in Midgard. Who better to tell us the way?
The world serpent? Wait, do you know how to talk to him?
Indeed. He speaks an obscure tongue more ancient even than these mountains. None are left in Midgard who speak it. Except, of course, for me.
You do?
It's true. You wouldn't know it to look at him, but Jormungandr is a sparkling conversationalist.
Interesting. Get to the serpent's horn. Can I go from here? Yep.
So, Mimir, why did Freya spit in your face?
No. Speak of Balder. He claims nothing harms him.
Aye, Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Boasting of a god. Everyone has a weakness.
Not him, I'm afraid. Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
You just said that, Mimir.
Did I?
What is the source of this power?
Well, as I recall, it involved, a spell?
Mimir?
Parts of my brain must still be coming back to life. Just need a moment to finish waking up.
Hope he's not broken.
There's something. I can interact with this. For some reason I cannot, though.
We jump.
Really?
Oh dear.
What? Okay, that's different.
Bad idea!
Oh. Why? Why? What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. Sure. It's so true.
How do we speak to the serpent?
There's a horn on a platform at the middle point of the bridge. Take me to it.
Oh, the horn.
Finally! That horn!
Oh, it's gotta be sick. Holy shit, it's already 11.
Ugh.
Hello? Oh. Oh my god, stuttering. I think my PC is overheating. I think it's time to end after this. How long have I been streaming?
I put my lips to the horn.
Jesus, 7.5 hours. You just jump for just to die? Yeah. I like how the devs just implement that just for fuck it. Uh-oh.
Why is he doing that?
Odin had that statue made in honor of Thor. And seeing as the world serpent absolutely abhors the fat dauber, he was probably sick of looking at it.
But doesn't that hurt?
Well, he and Thor have a bit of an unpleasant history between them. Or they will, anyway. So I guess waking up to see it was worse than the thought of lumps of solid stone passing through his gullet. You want me to ask him?
No. Our only concern is Jotunheim.
Alright, wish me luck. Ooh, ha ha ha! Junior and I've still got it, lads. He remembers me.
Nice.
Why you? Oh no, that's not right. Makuna huntun kun. Ekono vunora. He knows the pain of your loss. He will help you. Efniun Fogur. Curious.
What is it?
Oh, nothing to be concerned about.
What is he doing?
Making sure we're headed in the right direction. Listen closely now. We need two things to get us into the land of the giants. First, we need to learn the travel rune that opens realm travel to Jotunheim. Second, We need to carve that rune into the special gateway.
That one on the peak where we first met you?
Correct. Except the giants, in their infinite wisdom, saw to it that no ordinary chisel would do the job. Only the tip of a magical chisel opens that gate. Luckily, I know where it is, and it's not far.
You looked kind of mad for a moment there.
Ah, that. He thought I said you were friends of Odin. You'll forgive me. I've never spoken the ancient tongue sober.
Okay.
Wait, look! The water's dropped even further. You can see more of the realm towers and statues. I even see new places to explore along the shore.
Where is this chisel?
Find me a boat, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Shit, we just ended a chapter. Should it end here, but I want to keep going. Fuck! This game is so fucking addicting. The story is very nice. I love it. Okay. Wait, is it the wrong way? No. Let's just figure out where we're going right now. Then we'll see from there. Uh-oh.
So when we get to the boat,
Oh.
we can either look for that special chisel now, or go exploring for a little while. I'm happy with whatever you want to do.
I want to explore.
Nightmare, huh? What awful pain.
Nightmare!
Oh. Easy.
What's that?
Your skill continues to grow.
Okay.
It's another one of those maps.
Oh god, my PC is fucking melting though. Been playing this too, but on the side, me and a raddtrap still trying to clear. Almost a week now and still can't finish. Oh, you mean Final Fantasy? Yeah, this game's pretty fucking sick so far. It's like watching a movie series kind of thing.
Poor Fafnir. There's a fine line between ambition and greed, you know. What speaks to you?
Oh my fucking god. Smoldering Ember. Alright. Gonna need new ingredients for those. Holy fuck. Plus 12 runic, plus 10 to defense. Jesus. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the looks though, but any. Oh, that's sexy. Okay. Summoning a raging Muspelheim maelstrom that prevents Kratos' attack from being interrupted. Yo, okay, this stuffs are sick. Breath of Thamur. What the fuck? 100 Smoldering Ember, 10 Crest of Flame, 5 Greater Crest of Flame. What the fuck? Okay, shit. Is this what we got from the fucking... from finishing the Muspelheim thingy? Holy shit, so many good shit. This is nice. Minus luck, minus cooldown for more damages. No perks though. Okay, we can change to this one. More runic damage for minus strength. I'll take it.
Wear it in good health. Yes, my young man? What did we miss?
Reduce the talon. Nah. Nah. Dude, so many things to upgrade and buy and shit. Fuck. I don't know what to do.
Now don't be a stranger.
And watching this makes me want to get the game even though I already know the whole story of the game. It is definitely a pretty fun game to play and watch. I did watch it a little bit, but I didn't keep up with the streamers that I watch, so I ended up just not watch the whole thing. And well, thankfully it came to PC. Because I was planning to actually watch the whole gameplay, but because you know it was a PS4 exclusive, but I didn't keep up. Thankfully, I'm not spoiled now. It came to PC. Okay. Get the wankage gloves. Wank. That's for Gara. Hidden area discovered. Council of Valkyries. Dude, my frames, man. Yeah, we gotta drop after this. Oh, hello.
I wish Mom were here.
I said hello. Oh, we gotta go there later. Chat, how's the stream looks like? Is it stutters? Or frame drops, like really bad frame drops? What the fuck is this place?
What is this place?
Ah, could it be? The Eight Thrones.
Stop being coy, Head. Do you know this place or not?
I'm Mimir, the smartest man alive. I know many things.
Well, whatever this place is, it looks important.
To who? There is little of value here.
I don't know, man. This looks like some fucking Dark Souls shit. This looks like you gotta fight each of these chair councils of the Valkyries. Or some shit like that. Or maybe it's a thing in the past. I don't know. Wait, what? That's it?
Where to next?
I don't get it. What? There's nothing to do here? Aw. Interesting. Maybe we're not supposed to be here yet? Question mark. The Council of the Valkyries. Interesting. Oh god, this is like below 30 FPS or something. Or at least close to 30 FPS right now. I cannot see the FPS count, but I can feel it. It's pretty fucking bad. We'll meet them soon? Okay.
Now where should we go?
Interesting.
Found anything good in Fafnir's storeroom? Like maybe a whetstone?
Oh yeah, I haven't done that mission yet. Too lazy, it's so far. Is the Fafnir's storeroom side quest worth it? Payne, do you know anything about it? Since this is a side quest, I'm not really fond of doing it. Since it's pretty fucking far. It's close to their home. So I don't know if I should do it or not.
Which way to the chisel?
Keep rowing towards the statues of the oarsmen, then thread past between them.
Alright. Oh, I hear giant. Or something. Big. This thing again? Okay, hold up. Yeah, I know it's optional. So I'm not sure if I want to do it. I guess we're bound to go there anyway. I'm not sure when though, not now. I'm not feeling like exploring.
Hey, it's a fragment of a language cipher. We should look for more like this.
Ooh, okay. Niflheim cipher found one. Gotcha. Alright, let's see who it is.
Focus up, boy.
Oh my! Okay, you fucker. Oh my god, I gotta be careful. No! Fuck me. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay. Oh.
I'm coming to you.
Okay, the frame drop's not helping.
Come on. Oh,
God damn, the slow! Oh, I hate fighting ice elements. Once you get hit, it's just impossible to dodge them. You just have to accept it. There's no way. So you're not supposed to dodge them at all. No! Fuck! Ah, fuck you.
I got this one.
Bro. So fucking annoying! Okay. Bro.
On my way.
Okay. Bro! Oh my fucking god. No! Oh my god. Bro, fucking spammer, dude. So cringe. Oh my god, the stutter's not helping. No! Dude, I cannot. we gotta blast 2 of these fuckers to make the fights easier. Fighting the big guy is gonna be easy. It's just this 2 annoying fucks gonna be hard.
Focus up, boy.
Fall off! No, you fucker! Oh my fucking god! None of them fall off! Bro, this is tough, man. Oh my fucking god. The FPS also not helping at all. Oh, wait, he died? Oh my fucking god, the stutters. Oh my god. So fucking annoying. Bro. Oh my god.
Get up, brother.
I'm about to be tilted. To be fair, we need to close the game though. My PC is heating up right now. I can barely fucking can barely play the fucking game. No fucking way. Is the game doing this on purpose? I don't get it. Dude, just fucking die. Holy shit. Fucking bitch. Now it's easier. Jesus Christ. Fucking cunts.
I've seen one of those before. You look like they walked straight out of hell.
Yeah, because aren't they called Hellwalkers or something? I forget their names. Oh, that's weird. Wait, what do you mean by Raven? Same. Oh, fuck off.
Ah, Fafnir. I always wondered what became of him.
Wait, Fafnir? Like, Fafnir's storeroom Fafnir?
The very one.
But Sindri said he was a dwarf.
He was. And now he's a dragon. Funny how life works, isn't it?
He's chained up.
Perhaps we should keep an eye out for binding shrines and free the poor bastard. Aye, lads?
What? Okay, that's Fafnir? How does that work? The dude's become a fucking dragon. Okay. It's gonna be quite interesting. Excuse me. Let me just take that, and this, and that. Thank you very much. Uh-oh! Run! What? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Oh my god. Fighting multiple enemies in this game is the most annoying shit ever. Oh my god, so many. Wow!
I'm coming to you!
About damn time, holy shit.
We did it!
Okay. Now we just need to solve this fucker. I only know about the raven. Fucking Odin's raven that's spying on us.
How did your friend become a dragon, Mimir?
Oh, he's no friend of mine. This little scrote was a constant source of annoyance amongst Aesir and Vanir alike.
Then why free him?
Trust the recently liberated brother. No one deserves to be held captive like this. Even a greedy little dwarf come dragon.
It's nice of him. Eh? Oh. Uh-oh, misclick. I misclick, you fucking cunt! Oh, what? Oh, there's two of them. Hello.
I'm set!
It's gonna be quite weird to fight. Oh, I can deflect that. That doesn't make sense. What? Okay, dude.
Fight some hell!
I dodged too fast. Damn it. Basically, just keep kill Odin Ravens. I honestly don't really pay attention to those a lot, but I'll always try to find it. I'll always try to go for it if I find one. Uh oh. Oh my god. Why do that? I don't get it. Alright, these guys are fucking annoying. Oh, I should've... Oh, come on. Oh. I dodged too fast again. I have to play like Dark Souls to fight this guy. Okay. Back. Bing, bing. So I cannot cancel that. So you already do that. That fucking sucks.
Watch your back!
Alright. Ah. No! Oh my fucking god, that's so close. Ah. Bad timing again. There we go.
Never answered the boy's question, Ed. How did this dwarf become a dragon?
I don't know for certain, though I'd wager his penchant for stealing magical artifacts had something to do with it. Must have stolen a trinket from the wrong Vanir goddess.
I dodge again. I'm Dutch. Subtitles. Oh, wait. We already finished the whole dungeon. Okay. So we gotta find 3 runes for this bad boy. Let's see. So this is the same exact thing as the other guy. The other dragon. Hello. I think we already destroyed 2. I think it's the last one.
Time to set him free. Think he'll remember you?
I don't know, lad. A lot's changed since we last crossed paths. I had legs.
Boy.
Boy.
Interesting.
Yep. I'm trying to free the dragon right now. see. Oh. Just go the other way around. Oh, are you fucking kidding me, mate?
Right, brother.
Ooh. No, I did not mean to press that. Fuck it. Might as well. What? Okay. Oh my god, my PC's dying, dude. Is that the witch? Oh no! Alright, bitch. Come here. I know how to defeat you easily now.
I felt that one, brother.
You bitch. Oh no, she fucking poisoned me. Oh, this fucking bitch. Dude, honestly, the witch is probably the most annoying enemy in this game. Even more annoying than the boss fights. I gotta be honest. Oh, that actually deal damage on them. Oh, fucking. Bro, stop. No, oh my god, I fucking hate this bitch so fucking much. Fat cunt!
That one, brother.
Oh my. Ooh, I'm gonna suck your fucking dick, dude. Oh my. Good. God, I fucking hate the witch so much. Can I guess not be in the way? I sort of fucking got it. Uh oh.
Well, this is a fine mess.
Holy shit, dude. I hate the fucking witch so much. I'm gonna cheese this fight. Fuck it, man. Ah! No, misclick again. Dragon, help. No, you fucking fat cunt! Fucking bitch, so annoying. Jesus Christ. part of the game. Oh my god. Whoa, oh god.
I'm ready.
The hell is that thing? Oh my. Whoa! Fucking bitch! Suck a fat
son of a bitch.
sucking dick fucking bitch. Eat my left nut. But you have to clip that, come on. God damn it, man.
There you go, you wee little bugger. Be free.
So we're gonna fight that?
Well, the dragon hasn't done much for his personality.
Moderate perk? Oh, runic. Eh. Okay. Alright, my PC is literally screaming. I think we have to stop here. It's heating up. I can only play this game for like a good 4 hours, which is nice. I think like it's that's a moderate amount before starting to stutter like crazy like this. Hold up, I think I left some drops. Yep. 3,000 hack silver. No. Rolled serpent scale. Nope. I see. Bing, bing, boom, bing. On the way back to the boat should be Raven on top of the pillar. Oh, you're right. I saw it. Oop. Higher. Closer? Closer. There we go. 14 out of 51. That's a lot, bro. Jesus. Alright. I think we can save here. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta go through this anyway, so I think this is a good spot to save. Do, do, do. Alright, chat. I'm gonna end the stream here. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Oh my fucking god. Let's go. Even though, weirdly enough, usually wouldn't end the stream at this hour. We usually would still keep going. But... I started early, so that's why. It's 8 hours. Since you're done free to dragon, actually you'll unlock something if you speak to Sindri. Yeah. I know about that. Because last time we speak to either Sindri or Brock, I forgot. We get something. Basically every time you defeat a dragon, you get something. In a sense. Alright. That's nice, man. That's nice. Hold up. Oh my god, my PC's dying actually. Oh my god. Finishing this game is gonna be quite the challenge for next couple weeks or days. We're probably okay. Payne, since you already watched the whole thing, in terms of percentage, how far am I in the game right now? Am I 50% in? Halfway? Just curious. But considering the game was pretty big, I don't think so. Not even halfway? Interesting. But you know what's interesting about God of War? As a single player game, they don't feel like a single player game. Does that make sense? I don't know what I don't know how to explain it, but when I play this game, it feels like I am watching a TV series or playing it rather. Like it doesn't feel like a game in a sense. Like it more of a like a really good TV shows, episodic TV shows that you can play. Does that make sense? Because the way the game presents itself, it's almost like a movie or a TV series. Just a story about Kratos and Atreus' adventure to do the thingy thing. It's just done very fucking well as a game. It's good. I'm really enjoying this so far. It feels like watching a TV show, like back in the day. I love it. No wonder they won the Game of the Year. Like, holy shit. Predict you're gonna bitch about it being too long. Everything that's more than 10 hours, I'm gonna do that. Because I don't like playing one game for 6 streams. I feel like I'm wasting my time. Considering I like to play a lot of variety of games on stream. So I need to make sure if I do that, the game's gonna be worth it. Because I don't like doing one game for like couple episodes. I mean, couple streams. Especially if it's single player. If it's multiplayer, sure. You know, there's progress to it. The single player, the progress is trying to get the ending. So I need to make sure the game's good if I want to put days of gameplay into it. That's the only reason, honestly. If I don't stream, I can easily play this game with no pressure, but I feel like streaming one game for days, if it's not good, it's a waste of time for me. But then again, that's just how I value my time with streaming. That's how I feel for Final Fantasy VII Remakes also. Oh man. That game, yeah, I forget about that. Then again, you know, most Final Fantasy feels like watching a series. In a sense, because that's how they built the game. How they shape the game, sorry. The way they present the story. Really nice. Yup. So an exclusive or playable movies, it makes sense. True. The way the game feels so immersive is so good, man. I love it. I love it. You know, I cannot wait for fucking Spider-Man games to come to PC. At this point, I feel like that like if you asked me last year, I wouldn't believe like God of War would come to PC because it's like one of their strongest game. And then here we are. Suddenly The fucking game released on PC. At this point, any PS4 game or any Sony exclusive game can come to PC. It's just a matter of time. So I'm actually pretty excited for Spider-Man's or Ghost of Tsushima. That's the other game that I really want to try. Alright. With that being said, chat, I think we are gonna end the stream here. Fortunately, pretty tired. So I'm gonna chill out. Jesus. Yeah. Watch clip? Dude. Why? The witch is so annoying. Oh my. Ooh, I'm gonna suck your fucking dick, dude. I love it whenever I'm fucking tilted, I always say the fucking dumbest shit. But yeah, it's Slipga time. Bedga. Slipga. Tomorrow is Sunday. I actually got some free time tomorrow, but I'm probably gonna do other stuff. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know if I'm gonna. If not, see you guys on Monday. Alright? So, I think for the next couple stream, the only game that we're gonna play is still God of War. So, as usual, probably gonna start with drawing and then end the stream with God of War for the next couple stream until we finish it. Because honestly, this is similar to Cyberpunk. I feel like I just want to keep going. The story the story just keep you hooked in after each chapter of the stories. It's really nice. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but it's really fucking nice. So yeah. What else? Oh, and if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, I'm probably gonna stream earlier than usual. So be warned. I may gonna start stream like 4 hours earlier than usual, like what I did today. So yeah, just pay attention. Just keep an eye out on Discord and Twitter. Whenever the announcement gotta go off, the Twitch live announcement. Okay. But yeah. With that being said, we're good to go here. Don't forget to follow the channel if you're new here. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram at raddtrap. You can click in the panel down below on each one of those. I uploaded a new drawing today from today's session. If you want to check that out, check out the Twitter. Pretty nice actually. If you like some cakes, it's not finished though. So, but hey, if you want to take a look at a sneak peek, there's there. Yeah, I think that is all for today. Thank you guys all for watching. Raid. We could just chill. Yeah, I think we're just gonna chill. I got some stuff to do anyway, so I'm gonna bail out AFK. So I'm gonna just let you guys go whatever you guys want to go. Alright? Alright, with that being said, thank you guys all for chilling out in the chat. Thank you, till the end of the stream especially. Thank you, Disaster Pain, Saints, and Maria. Thank you, appreciate it. Much love, much love. And thank you everyone who chilling out, lurking, or have the stream open in the background. Appreciate it. Much respect, much love. Yeah. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Take it easy. Take care. Much love. Enjoy your weekend. All right. Stay safe. Don't go out. All right. Don't go out too much. Even if it's not quarantine at your place, you know, this fucking new shit. You never know. Stay healthy. All right. Eat a lot of veggies. Drink a lot of water. Stay healthy. Exercise. All that kind of stuff. Wash your fucking hands, man. And yeah, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow or on Monday with more drawing and God of War. Yeah. Alright. Have a good night now. Peace out. Take it easy. Take care. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye. Good night, boy.